fucking Negro.
Hey! What's up, everybody? This is Get to Know. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I just landed a major interview for myself. Anyway, I think it's major. Anyway, I'm gonna show this video real quick. Yeah, welcome to MMIW. How are you? I hope you guys are great. I hope you guys are good. I hope you guys have kicked ass and taken names while doing it all fucking day long today and this weekend. I hope it was good for you guys.
We're living in a society where, like right now, like if you look what just happened in New York City, we have not only are American citizens being allowed to just run rampant, literally up into and including murder, get away with it, where we have part of our political system that realizes that for anyone that studies history, and this is something I'm telling you, you're gonna know what's gonna happen. All these pedophiles that are getting off, all these people that are like getting away with all this shit. What the left doesn't understand is that all they're inviting is more radical punishment in the future. Because what happens, well, you already are seeing it. People are getting fed up, right? So, like,
So check this shit out, okay?
people are like, oh, fuck you, I'll lose my job. You know, and what's going to end up happening?
A 38-year-old sex offender has been fatally shot by law enforcement after he kidnapped a
Turn it up.
19-year-old
You
girl
want
from
it,
Knox
please?
County, Tennessee. Believed
No living being should ever
Commercials. Gotta hate them.
good, real food.
obstruction, retaliation, and Araceli is additionally
Oh,
charged with
after this one.
fentanyl and
They went a
amphetamine.
little bit too
They've been
far.
held at the Taylor County Jail on bonds totaling over $100,000 each. The fourth adult has not been identified, and it's unclear what charges that person faces. The investigation into the matter continues.
Here it is.
Sex offender fatally shot after kidnapping a child.
Has been fatally shot by law enforcement after he kidnapped an 11-year-old girl from Knox County, Tennessee. On the evening of the 1st of February, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation issued an endangered child alert for Brianna Mays, who went missing from her Knoxville home and was last seen on the night of Tuesday, the 30th of January. Upon further investigation, authorities identified 38-year-old Edward Ahrens as a person of interest. He was believed to be traveling to Catoosa, Georgia with the girl. Authorities concentrated their search near the Tennessee-Georgia state line late Thursday night, and at just after 1 a.m. on Friday, they located Edward on Interstate 75 South, near East Ridge exit, still in Tennessee, just before crossing into Georgia. Police initiated a pursuit, chasing Edward as he took exit 1 in East Ridge and blocked all four sides of his vehicle at the intersection of US Highway 41 and Ringgold Road. Officers said they could see the missing girl in the front passenger seat. An encounter ensued, during which Edward refused to comply with officer commands to surrender and hit several officers who got out on foot with his vehicle. As a result, at least 4 officers fired their weapons into the vehicle, striking Edward, who subsequently died. While Brianna was found safe and unharmed, and the 3 responding law enforcement officers struck by the
found safe.
Non-life-threatening injuries. Authorities said that the 4 officers involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave for the investigation. Catoosa County Sheriff Gary Sisk said the incident was a case of a young child being lured by a sexual predator through social media that could have ended a young girl's life. Catoosa County officials said that Edward initially pleaded guilty in 2003 to sexual exploitation of children, aggravated assault, and obstruction of justice.
A fucking repeat offender. It happens all too fucking often. Look at this shit.
Counts of sexual exploitation of children and was sentenced to 20 years in prison, but only served 10 years before his release. He was required to register as a sex offender.
Only spent 10 years of his 20-year sentence behind bars, required to register as a sex offender, got out, kidnapped a girl. Yep. Exactly. At least they got the girl back.
Yes.
Oh, lady. Oh, you're right. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Oops. Shit.
The Bundys. Why were we there? Because they killed their cattle. What was that cattle? That's the cattle that we eat. You never noticed that the price of steak it increased exponentially since Obama was the president. And what did they do? Well, first, one of the first things that they did is they took state land. Many of those states they had.
So we'll get going on this just a second. Let me drop this link here.
The Federal Reservation Act, or whatever the name of it is, that was Franklin, it was literally a Theodore Roosevelt did what they did.
You go outside.
Like Theodore Roosevelt.
Can you go potty?
So I just sorry, I'm kind of trying to do 5 things right here at this same moment. Good to see you, Sugar Glider. Good to see you, babe. Hope you're both having a great day. I'll be listening while I fix dinner. Okay, sweetheart. Candy wrapper, just know we have ran out of our yellow. So what's up, Mom?
Not much. My back is killing me, but I think it's just the weather we're getting.
Yeah. Well, that's not
Yeah.
good.
No, we're expecting some big storms coming through for the next few days.
Oh yeah. We've been getting rain here the last couple of days.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, candy wrapper, we ran out of yellow. So my wife ordered some more last night. So we can't do the last shirt until we get the yellow. Because we're like out. Like I can't like yeah, we can't do shit.
Nope, not when you're out.
Nope. So but I got a kick-ass tie-dye plan for tomorrow anyway. So
Cool.
and I just landed a fucking big interview, an interview that I've been trying to get for quite some time. And people are like, some people are like, you probably shouldn't do it. Other people are like, go for it. And I don't care really what other people say about it. I'm going to do it because I want to interview him.
Right.
He's a very controversial person. He definitely has his opinion and he's loud and he's not afraid to call it like it is.
Right.
And I'm excited. I've been waiting to do this for shit. I've been trying to get him to come along, do it for about 6 months now, I believe.
Wow. Well, that's good.
But I just got him tonight, like right before I came live. That's why I was a few minutes late here.
Uh-huh.
Like that's why. It's because I was excited. I just got done screaming. I was like, yeah.
Like you're at a football game.
Yep.
Oh, that's good.
Speaking of football games, this weekend's football game is going to be a good one.
Yeah. Yes, it will be.
When the Niners win, I'm gonna go get my. I've always wanted to get me a San Francisco SF tattoo on my body somewhere. They win the Super Bowl. They win the Super Bowl. I'm getting my tattoo. I said, "Fuck it." If they win the Super Bowl, I'm getting my tattoo.
Okay.
I'm gonna get it put on my. I'm gonna get it put on my forearm.
On your forearm.
It's gonna be like right here, like it's gonna be on my left arm, but it's gonna be like it's not gonna be like this. It's not gonna be centered. I want it like sideways and maybe even upside down. So when I hold my arm out like this, it'll be upside down. But I just don't like doing things like this, do you know what I mean? But I'm just gonna get a San Francisco SF on my arm.
Well, that'd be cool.
And filed my taxes last night. Filed our taxes last night.
Oh, that's good.
Turned out pretty good for us this year, so I'm happy about that. That's good.
Yay.
We're going to Noya. We're going to get a new car. We're going to keep the car we got, and basically, once my son gets his driver's license and whatnot, basically would let my son and my daughter use it while they're still here, and then
Right.
We got a couple of people on our list that are going to receive a couple of special gifts from G2K and Sugar Glider, because there's a few of you that are extra special to us. So
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
yes, of course, Mom.
They should, and people should appreciate everything that you ever do. So,
Well, I appreciate that, Mom. I really do. So, but like for real, quite a few.
Poor-
I mean, there's quite a few.
poor
that-
Rich. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand why I'm celebrating my birthday for 6 months. He
Because
says,
you
"Who does
can.
that?" He says, "Who does that?" I said, "Me."
It's Mom. Like, you tell Mom she can't do it, and watch what she's gonna do. Like,
That's right. If you're not careful, I'll celebrate the whole year.
right there you go. There you go. And I even catch myself every single time I see your avatar come up here. I'm like, why the fuck is she still saying that? Like, oh wait, oh yeah.
Well, see, I sent this avatar to Steffers, and I said, "Can you clear out the background?" And I wanted her to put Oladio on my face, like glasses,
Oh, okay.
and then I and then if she can get that far done, then I want to see if she can put celebrate life,
Mm-hmm.
or celebrate life with something like that. But I know she's been going through a lot of stuff, so
Yeah.
she's probably, that's the least of the things on her mind right now.
Yeah. Probably so.
And that's okay. So I decided, well, what the heck? Since I'm celebrating my birthday, I'll just use this avatar.
Yeah. You know who's really good at doing these avatars as well?
Aunt Amy?
Yeah.
Because, she did a good job on yours.
Well, she did mine. She did Hardy Dad's. She did a few other people over there at Hardy Dad's channel. And let me give a shout out to my homeboy, my buddy, my friend, my fellow amputee. I love you, Hardy Dad and Aunt Amy. I wish you guys would hop around here sometime. That'd be cool. I'm just saying, ha ha ha, or hop hop hop. You know what I mean? But yeah, I hung out with them. A couple nights ago for a while on YouTube, so that was cool.
That's great.
They're really cool people. They're really good people.
Yes, they are. She really has a very good attitude, and I saw her when she was interviewing some lady from California that had been amputated, and so
Yeah.
I thought that was really.
Yeah, she's definitely a very unique person.
Mm-hmm.
And like her relationship that she's got with her husband reminds me of how my wife and I are, like how we started. And like Amy and her husband will be together until the day they both die.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Just like Sugar Glider and G2K will be together until the day we die.
Right. And that's the way you're supposed to think and stuff like that. That's the step to a successful marriage is thinking that way.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I know who's got my back when the chips are down. I know who's got me. Also, Midnight. She ain't bad either at making stuff. Haha. She's not bad either. She's not bad either. We need to finish that one.
Right, Midnight. You're not bad at making stuff either.
She's pretty damn good too. Like out of everybody I asked to help me with my logo,
Uh-huh.
she's Midnight's the person that's came the closest to getting what I want.
Oh, cool.
Like nobody else has even been able to really comprehend like what I was meaning, but she got it like right off the bat.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I'm just waiting until we get it until she gets it just right, because I have a shitty way of explaining shit to people as well, I guess. Like I'm just barely realizing this myself. But like I don't know, she got it. Just need to get it done. And it has nothing to do with her. I mean, it's all me.
Right.
More or less the reason why it hasn't been done, But I don't know. I just been feeling offish lately, and today, like I've been fighting with my work and shit. Like I've just been fucking busy as fuck, and we got the results back from my kids' psychological evaluations and shit. So that was like a relief, but at the same time, found out some information that
Wasn't the most exciting.
no, but it definitely helps. It definitely explains a lot of shit. It definitely puts a lot of things into focus, What's up,
Hey,
JD?
JD. He's slapping the like. Good job.
Put that motherfucker in a rear naked choke and make that like button a check mark. You know what I mean? Click it. We do submission holds over here. So anyway, yes, I'm excited about this interview I'm going to be doing. I don't know when, but he said message me and we'll set it all up. And by God, I'm going to message him and get it all set up.
Cool.
Yep, just got to sort the colors. You're right. And I want that where you have it, where you have the words in it. Like I want the whole bottom of the shoe. You know what I mean? The whole bottom of the shoe. Like I want it to go across the whole entire bottom of the shoe. What's up, Opa?
Opa.
Opa. Let me drop this link again here.
I always feel like I'm at a German beer garden when I say Opa.
I always thinking like sitting at an Italian restaurant, and you just got done ordering dinner, and then the chef comes in and he's like, "You like it?" And he's like, "Opa," or whatever they say,
Right.
That bugs me. That weirds me out, man. My international mom. Midnight calls Opa her international mom. Now look, if Midnight's my sister and Opa's my sister.
and Opa is Midnight's international mom. Oh,
Yep.
Greek.
Yeah. There you go.
Opa's at a Greek festival.
Oh, I thought she was calling me a geek. I was like, what the fuck? Holy crap. I'm just saying. So, yeah. So we're looking for a car. That's exciting.
You should take Opa with you. She'll get you a good deal.
Yeah.
See, Opa is German for it's for grandpa. But you know what? That's why I was thinking of a German beer garden.
Yeah, there you go.
she's had a fill of car shopping. I guess she doesn't want to go anymore. But she doesn't mess around.
Yeah. Fine, don't help me then. I was gonna even ask you. I wasn't even gonna ask you. I was just kidding, but yeah.
Oh, and Opa Angel, because Angel was my pit bull that he loved.
Look at this, babe. We could just buy this and say fuck it. It's a sharp looking Winnebago. Opa, I found a Winnebago. It's nice as fuck. It's not. It's a 1975 though. It's a Dodge, dude. It's clean as hell and it's nice as shit. Look at this, baby. How nice this sucker is, dude.
Oh wow, it is in good shape.
Everything works. The toilet, the sink, the stove, all of it still
Wow.
works. We can just go in that and just drive everywhere and sleep wherever we wanted.
Oh yeah.
Like it's a really nice one. They only want $1,200 for it.
How much?
$1,200. See, look at this.
Opa will decide the price.
Stop.
Hmm.
The fridge, everything works in it. Look how clean
That
that
is
interior is. And it's 1975.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be cool.
It's nice, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
However, doing DoorDash and Uber in it probably not so ethical.
That'd be a lot in gas.
Yeah.
And it's a pot show.
What's up, Pot? How you doing, my friend? Thanks for being here, stopping in, saying hi. I appreciate it. I thought I dropped the fucking link, but I guess I didn't. I'm slacking already, Mom.
Oh, it's okay. It's Monday.
The camera's still on too. Yes, indeed. Okay. Let me see.
Oh, I gotta find out what's the best app to get for karaoke. Pot, tell me the best app to download for karaoke that's easy to use.
I'm easy to use.
What did Hooker say?
You're easy to use.
Yeah.
I downloaded one, but I also need one that plays the song. Oh, just YouTube? Yeah, but I need to practice. Pot. And it just played it played the background and everything, and it had the words, but I couldn't remember the full I'll practice also on YouTube. And I just didn't have the words, but I found another one that did, it did both. And then when I tried to download it, it said that Google didn't support it because the people hadn't finished filling out their requirements or something like that. I'd never heard of that before. That was a first.
Oh yeah, that's what I do too. I don't care. Like I don't need to practice karaoke because, like,
Quit.
I think I sing all right, so I don't mind it. I have fun when I do it, so I just sing it. I don't even care. Don't even care, Mom. So I found some. I found some new. I had a brain fart. Yeah, I found some new MMIW groups here on YouTube, but I didn't write them down. So.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna drop their links in the chat and shit, but like I have finally just now figured out what everybody's been saying about this YouTube studio and shit. Like I didn't know, like you know what I mean? So like yeah, I've been answering messages from people that I've been getting messages for like the last 4 months that I haven't responded to on the YouTube whatever the hell I just said. Like the
Studio.
YouTube studios, yeah. So
Uh-huh.
like there's quite a few of them comments on there from people who have MMIW awareness groups here on YouTube as well. So remember, if you did mistake, that's just relax. If you did wrong, then that's there you go. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Papa. That's in Ogden, Utah, though.
Yep, that is true. None of us are professionals.
Nope, because you know what makes it professional? You get paid. Professionals get paid.
That is true.
That is true. It is so true. Okay, so had to go get me another bottle of Jaeger today. Ran out of Jaeger yesterday or the night before. Yeah.
All good.
So yeah, I've
vibes.
been battling with work. Been a bitch. Yep, it's all for just good vibes. Yep. Let's see here.
I like KJ style when he's singing.
Yeah.
He has it. He brings his own style.
That's what I like about karaoke. Like I don't know if you've ever seen any of my on the spot ones I do in the car, but I love doing those, dude.
Oh, I like to sing in the car. Right. I used to. I haven't done that for a while. But that's because I'm hardly ever in the car.
Oh, well, there you go. Oh, so you know when we had movie night the other night? Well,
Is she there? Or she disappear?
I don't know. Did you disappear?
What was that?
I don't know what that's about. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, when we had movie night the other night, they took it down.
Oh, really? That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. Like they like I thought it was private. Like I marked it as private.
Right. Yeah, there was nobody else that showed up or anything, and so I couldn't tell, and I couldn't see it from any other way. So I'm still just on my phone.
Yeah, fucking weird though, huh?
Yeah.
Shows you how really private those private messages and those private gatherings are, huh?
Right.
How fucking crazy is that shit?
That's funny.
Just because it's private, YouTube's still watching.
Right. Can they just give you the whole rule book and explain every detail?
And it'd be easy. Just do what we say and how we say to do it is what they want.
Right, but they need to be not vague. Because sometimes when you read their guidelines, it's kind of vague.
Stop.
Yeah. Yeah, like way vague.
They need the writing a little bit more detailed and more specific.
Yep.
Well, we got to see most of the movie, but that was weird.
Right.
I
Fucked up.
yeah, Rich was like, what happened? And he's like, where's Get to Know? And
Yep. And I like when it comes to the end of that movie, I have a hard time watching it just because it's so tough. You know what I mean? Like it's
uh-huh.
like I didn't even realize it was. I didn't even realize that it wasn't even playing anymore. So like I went through all the way through the credits and all that shit before I realized it wasn't even playing anymore. And then I figure out that it's not playing anymore. And here, there's Mom still sitting there, just waiting for me.
I
Like,
figured you'd be there sooner or later.
well, thank you. I hope you didn't get in too much trouble for me taking so long and for the movie to take so long to watch.
Oh, that's fine.
Well,
I know we were waiting for Rich to get himself in there.
yeah.
And it gave us a little bit of time to talk and a little bit for you to know what my background is kind of like.
Yeah. And I'll ask you in the back chat anyway.
I'm watching the chat, but nobody's talking.
Yep, nobody's talking.
It's quiet.
That's because it would take people to be here to talk.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Oh,
But,
Candy Wrapper's done with dinner. What'd you have, Candy Wrapper? What'd you eat? Or fix and eat? Oh, and did you hear what Get to Know said? I don't know if she said she was listening, but I don't know if she heard what you said about the dye.
oh yeah, did you hear about what I said about the dye? Candy Wrapper?
The shirt's done now.
And we wait.
The suspense is killing me. Okay,
She said no.
we're all out. We don't have any yellow left. We don't have any yellow left. We got the other two. We got 2 of the 3 shirts that you wanted done, but we can't do the other one until we have the yellow. You ordered some, right?
Yeah, it'll be like a week before it gets here.
It'll probably be another few days before it gets here, but we ordered some more. I didn't realize we were so low on it. We just barely got the container, but yellow is one that definitely goes real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
So, but as soon as we get it, we'll get it done.
She fixed scalloped potatoes, ribeye steaks, and shrimp for dinner.
Oh, that sounds good as fuck. Oh, also Candy Wrapper too. You don't want to wait for the yellow. You just want us to do it black, purple, and orange. We can just wait if you want.
It's up to you.
It's up to you. So tomorrow as well, we'll get rolling on the MMIW in just a second. But tomorrow, I'm gonna do my first ever, even not like I've never done one personally myself. So I'm gonna do my first ever iced dye tapestry. I think it'll turn out good. I think it'll turn out good.
I need to go get some fabric. Some
Candy Wrapper says her 3 colors will work in a spiral pattern.
Okay. Okay.
The purple, black, and orange.
Yep. Black, purple, and orange. All right. Sounds good. Yes. It's I've never done one, and I've wanted to do one for a while. I just gotta go and gotta go find me like a piece of gutter, like for like rain gutter, the plastic pieces.
Okay.
So I can
Uh-huh.
actually put it in. I can tie dye the tapestry down inside of it, and then put the ice in it. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, and then I'll drill holes, and then I'll drill holes in the bottom of the gutter. That way, when the ice drips, the best way to do an ice dye is to take it and put it in a piece of gutter, and then get a small like rack to put inside the gutter. If you can find one that small, would be best. But that way it doesn't sit. That way the tapestry is not sitting on the bottom flat on anything. So it when it drips straight down and out of the tapestry, and it doesn't puddle up
Right.
anything.
Doesn't just sit there and soak into it.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds good. That'll be really cool looking, I bet.
So we shall see how it goes. And this is MMIW Monday. Thank you for being here. We're going to spread some awareness, and I hope this channel doesn't strike me. But if it does, whatever. I still got one to go after this. If it does happen, I mean, I got all three to go now. Oh yeah, today's what? Today's what? The 5th or the 6th? Oh, not till tomorrow. It comes out tomorrow. I get my one strike removed tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Hi, Wendy.
What's up, Outback? What's up, Outback? I just like calling her Outback. She is cool as hell. You know that? Wendell is she's cool as hell, dude. I just gotta say that right there and there right now.
She really is.
He is.
She really is. I love watching her videos and watching her lives. Sometimes
I
I
love.
just pass through.
Yeah, she's fun. She's fun. And just so everybody knows that like as soon as it should be the next week or two when taxes get here, I'm gonna mail out everybody's motherfucking shirts that I still have to send out. Everybody's shirts, tapestries.
Stop it.
It's all going out as soon as I get as soon as we get the rest of our taxes. As soon as I get our taxes, I will get everything out to everybody that's won, including Morning Mother. She'll still get her tapestry she won, but I returned her money that she wanted into the drawing with because she wasn't here for the drawing, so I returned her money to her.
Stop.
Um, Everybody that's won who I still owe a tapestry or tapestries and t-shirts to, they will get them. They will get them a lot sooner than they were going to on my own. So I'm just saying. I just wanted everybody to know that.
Yay.
Yes,
That'll
indeed.
be a big chunk off of your shoulders.
Yes, it will be. 3 solved MMIW cases in Standing Rock. Let's watch this one. This is 18 minutes long. I'm gonna mute this and I'm gonna actually eat my dinner while this plays.
Okay. I'll mute myself too.
Marcus is a connoisseur. of anything that's free. So he was happy to
Oh shit.
read the
This is what I got.
disclaimer on Turbo.
Hi everyone, my name is Jasmine. If you've never been in my channel before, I cover cases on missing and murdered Indigenous people. And on today's episode of the Slain Project, I'm going to be talking about 3 solved cases from the Standing Rock Indian Reservation. They are Candace Rough Surface. To start this video, I'm going to be talking about the protests at the Dakota Access Pipeline. It is a very important piece of the tribe's history and as a spark in the MMIW movement in the United States. With that being said, let's get right into it. The Standing Rock Sioux women of Standing Rock spearheaded the peaceful protest of the Dakota Access Pipeline, better known as the pipeline, advocate for Mother Earth, ensure everybody has clean drinking water, and the route of the pipeline construction was diverted from north of Bismarck, North Dakota to south of Bismarck, meaning if the and millions of others downstream. A camp was established called the Sacred Stone Camp near the Cannonball River in Aprons, and people from as far away as Australia joined the people of Standing Rock in solidarity. So many supporters showed up that additional overflow encampments were also formed. And were peaceful and no weapons were held by the protesters. The local law enforcement bombarded them with and water cannons in frigid weather. Many of the protesters were arrested for allegations of enticing riots, terrorism, and some of the water protectors. They continued to stand their ground until actions in Washington, D.C. stopped the pipeline from being completed. At these camps was a group called No More Stolen Sisters. They are from Canada, where the MMIW movement has been in full swing for many decades. They educated everybody who would listen. Male workers needed to work on pipelines and in the oil fields. The men are often away from their drug use and the sexual needs of these men. You will see a correlation with rapes, trafficking, and surrounding camps were encouraged not to travel alone and to always let someone know where they were going. The Standing Rock Gathering was an extremely powerful event. And with a lot of brilliant minds connecting, a lot of grassroots groups were formed. There was MMIW awareness in the United States before this, but in the aftermath of the protests, the awareness began to spread even more so. There are a lot of MMIW cases from the Standing Rock Reservation. These are only 3 stories that have some sort of resolution. And I say it that way because some of these sentences the offenders received is a joke. And I have
You heard what you just said right there. Like, this is only a couple out of the thousands upon thousands of cases. Only 3 solved cases. But then she turns around and says, but here comes the injustice. Watch.
said this before and I want to say it again. Our women are not vulnerable, but are moving targets. We are not safe on or off of our reservations. Candace Rough Surface. Candace was 18 years old and had a 2-year-old son. They lived in Kennel, South Dakota. According to her family, she was last seen by them on Saturday, August 2nd, 1980. They said she cashed a check and went grocery shopping in the nearby town of Mobridge. Mobridge is off of the reservation and just on the other side of the Missouri River, about a 30-minute drive from Kennel. It was never stated if she drove herself or caught a ride with someone to Mobridge. But after she was done shopping, she went back home to the res for a little bit. She returned to Mobridge later in the evening and met her sister Clara at a downtown bar. She then left and went to another local bar called Joker's Wild. Even though Candace was only 18, at the time in 1980, she was allowed to drink Low Point beer at this bar. Candace would disappear after this night and no one would see her alive again. Her mother, Alberta, would report her missing on Tuesday, August 5th, 1980. Her family waited in agony for 9 months before her remains were found. On Tuesday, May 19th, 1981, a rancher found her body in the receding waters of the Missouri River near Mobridge. The river had dried up enough to make her body visible. She was severely decomposed and she was shot 5 times with a .22 caliber rifle, 3 times in the head and 2 times in the back. In October 1995, 15 years after Candace's murder, 2 men would be charged with the crime. A man from Wisconsin named James Stroh II was going through a bitter divorce. Before he married his wife, he had told her a story about him and his cousin Nicholas Schur, who lived in Mobridge, South Dakota. He told her that they had murdered a native girl there long ago when they were teenagers. During the divorce, James's wife told her mom the story. She worked for a lawyer and then told him the story, and he notified law enforcement. James Stroh would eventually testify against his cousin Nick. I am going to recount what James said happened that night. I personally think that his recollection is true for the most part, but he seems to be full of shit in some places. It seems as if he is trying to downplay his involvement in Candace's murder and blame it all on his cousin Nick. It would be learned that Candace would encounter the 2 teenage cousins sometime after leaving one of the downtown bars the last night she was seen alive. Nicholas Schur was 16 and his cousin James Stroh was 15 at the time and was visiting on vacation. James said that him and his cousin Nicholas met Candace outside of a bar that night in 1980. They also were drinking that night. According to him, she was drunk and he thought she was looking for sex. She most likely was not, and she could have just wanted to hang out, or maybe they even promised to take her home.
And we're back with March Sadness. The team is looking down the barrel of a 4:55 meeting.
They're gassed.
But they all ended up at a mobile home trailer. James first told investigators that several other teenage boys were there. But in a taped phone call recording between him and Nick, it would be revealed that it was only the 2 cousins and Candace. He went on to say that Candace had rejected some sexual advances and was upset. So they all left the trailer in Nick's pickup truck. Candace then supposedly hit Nick while he was driving, and this angered him. Nick then pulled over and drug her out of the truck, beat and raped her. When Nicholas was done with his violent attack on Candace, James said that his cousin forced him to do the same to Candace. Then Nicholas repeated the act when James was finished. James claimed that this was done because Nick said that they were in this together. Nick then ordered James to grab his rifle from the back of his truck.
Why weren't they sentenced to death? This is a perfect example of why they should just be executed.
James claims he was scared and did not do it. So Nick grabbed it and shot Candace. He then made his cousin do the same thing. Up to this point, it is all very terrifying, but these 2 assholes were not done yet. They then wrapped a chain around a now deceased Candace and used the truck to drag her into the Missouri River. She would stay in her watery grave until she surfaced 9 months later. In May 1996, Nicholas Schur would take a last-minute plea deal. The charge of first-degree murder was downgraded to first-degree manslaughter, and he would be sentenced to 100 years. The rape charges against him were dropped due to the statute of limitations. A part of his plea deal allowed him to be considered for parole only after 13 years. He was denied parole the first time, but was released from prison in May 2019 after spending only 23 years in prison. His cousin, James Stroh, agreed to a plea deal of second-degree manslaughter and aggravated assault. He did not have to go to trial because he testified against his cousin. He was sentenced to 15 years and was paroled in 2004.
Wow.
Candace's murderers were brought to justice, but the outcome was not ideal. Ivy Archambault. Ivy was 31 years old, single, and lived in McLaughlin. She had just earned a bachelor's degree and was a social worker. Her sister, Anna Long Chase, described her as a nice, quiet, sweet Christian girl who loved animals. Her traditional Indian name was Pretty Bird Woman. Ivy lived in an area called the Bear Soldier Housing District, and in late September and early October of 2001, there had been a string of break-ins. 3 other single women had their homes broken into in the middle of the night. The burglar fled in all 3 instances before anyone could get a good look at him. No one was hurt in the break-ins until it was Ivy's turn. Ivy was last seen at her job on Thursday for work the next day on October 5th. Her boss knew Ivy as a very reliable person and grew concerned. The boss called Ivy's family and the police were soon notified. Ivy had a meetup with her brother planned on Saturday the 6th, which she also missed. And she was a no-show to work on Monday the 8th. It was not stated in the newspaper archives that her family went to her home during the weekend, but my best guess is that they did, because reports say that her home was found burglarized. Ivy and her car were nowhere to be found. The car would turn up near Rapid City on Sunday, October 7th. This is 235 miles away from McLaughlin. It is stated that her car ran out of gas and a male juvenile was fleeing the scene. From what I can gather, this individual pointed investigators in the direction of Ivy's body. Her remains would be discovered on October 11th, about 4 miles south of the town of Newell, South Dakota. It is said a ground search was conducted based on leads that had been received. At the time, all investigators said is that she was a victim of a crime. The next day, they would arrest 16-year-old Gary Long Jr. in connection with Ivy's murder. It is said that Gary had broken into Ivy's car before he entered her basement window. He then raped her, then took her and left in her car towards the Black Hills. When they got to the spot where she was found, he beat her to death with a tree branch. It was also revealed that Gary came from an alcoholic home and witnessed his brother commit suicide. I know it is not an excuse for his actions, but growing up in such a way can have traumatizing effects on a person.
Yes, it can.
I grew up in an alcoholic home and know way too well all of the things that happen in such a place. Many children who come from such homes do not escape the grip of alcohol and become dependent on it themselves. In July 2002, a grand jury would indict him on 4 counts. Number 1, kidnap resultant in death. Number 2, aggravated sexual abuse by force. Number 3, first-degree burglary. Number 4, larceny. Gary Long Jr. would plead guilty to these charges on December 18, 2002. He received 45 years in prison. He tried unsuccessfully to escape from prison on 2 separate occasions. He will be approximately 60 years old when he is released. Natalie White Lightning. Natalie was 38 years old and lived in Cannonball, North Dakota. She was a loving person who liked to help out other people and was employed at Prairie Nights Casino. Natalie had a 15-year-old son named Adam. He unfortunately died about 4 months before she did on November 22nd, 2013. This may have caused Natalie to drink more than she usually did. Natalie was last seen by her friends around Monday, March 17th, 2014. Court documents say that Natalie was drinking heavily the night she was last seen alive and was unconscious when a man named Lance Summers had his way with her. It is not clear where this happened at. Natalie lived in Cannonball, so maybe it was Lance's place. But Natalie moved back and forth between Cannonball and Fort Yates, so maybe she also lived there too. Lance was 29 years old at the time, and during the assault, he began to choke her with one of his hands. Natalie would die as a result of this.
Yeah.
A 17-year-old boy was also present during this, and when they realized she was not breathing, she was moved to a field in Fort Yates. Lance and this 17-year-old were also drinking at the time. An unsealed court affidavit said that Fort Yates police, and they believe the caller was Lance. The person reported that there was an unresponsive female lying in a field. This would be the same location where Natalie would eventually be found at. When the police showed up, Lance and the 17-year-old took off running. There was a foot chase and both were caught. The juvenile was crying and told police, quote, "There is a woman out there." And that, quote, "Natalie is still out there," end quote. Officers searched briefly in the darkness but saw nothing. In the cop car, Lance was heard telling the 17-year-old not to say anything. I am unsure if these two were held in jail. Natalie probably had not been reported missing yet. Her body would later be found in this same field on April 22nd, 2014, just over a month after she was last seen. Two people were walking through the field when they stumbled across her body. I question why the police did not go back during the daylight hours to check for a body after they encountered Lance and the 17-year-old. Natalie's autopsy could not determine her cause of death, but they said contributing factors were suffocation, hypothermia, and alcohol intoxication. I am not a medical expert, but it seems like suffocation should have been listed as the likely cause. Lance was charged with second-degree murder and sexual abuse of Natalie. This charge could have led to a life sentence, and he initially pled not guilty. But the prosecution had growing fears that a jury would not believe the testimony of the 17-year-old witness. They offered Lance a plea deal that would give him only 10 years in prison.
Oh my.
In November
Fucking God.
2015, Lance took this deal and received his 10-year sentence and 5 years probation after his release. This was hardly anything for a life that was taken. And that's all the information I have for you today. Thank you so much for watching. And if you knew any of these victims, please share any memories of them down below. I hope to see you in the next video.
This is the Slaying Project. I hope you don't get mad I showed your stuff. I'm just trying to create some awareness like you guys are. And that, I guess we'll soon find out. This is just... Okay, hang on. Like, this is just another perfect example of why plea deals, plea bargains, in most cases like this, should never happen. Should never happen. Yeah, they only charged him with second-degree murder. No, Outback. He did 10 years. He did 10 years in prison for killing and raping a woman. He got sentenced to 10 years in prison and 5 years of probation after he gets released. Fucking ridiculousness. Absolute ridiculousness. Yeah. For murder, a slap on the hand, right? You're right, Mom. Yep.
Yes, I can't believe that.
But my brother-in-law is doing 36 years in prison for selling drugs.
That's,
Let that sink in.
I know, that doesn't.
For 26 years. 26 years. 26, 36. What's 10? What's 10 years when you're going to be there for the rest of your fucking life?
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying he's an old ass guy, but he's not a young ass guy either, you know? He's like 8 years older than me. So he's into his 50s.
He will have done most of his life in prison.
Yeah, by the time if he makes it out of prison this time, he'll be lucky. He'll have spent most of his life in prison.
Wow. That's sad.
Yep. All because of drugs. Just because of drugs. I'm not saying just because of drugs, but you know, just because of drugs. Yep.
Yeah, these guys go and do.
Yep.
It's disgusting.
As Outback says, this fucking disgusting. There she is. I was wondering if she was going to make an appearance. What's up, Outback? Oh, damn. You got your camera on. I got to turn mine on, then.
I always got my camera on. I'm not scared of the camera.
No, I'm not scared of the camera either. I'm just afraid of scaring people.
At least you got your camera on. When I feel like I'm there, well, not when I feel like, when I am the only people on the camera, it's like,
I haven't.
changed. Yeah.
I haven't.
Yeah, no, just to respond to today's topic. You're lucky I don't friggin' run prisons, man. Because when you take someone's life, you're going there too for life. You will lose all your privileges. There will be no TVs, no kettles, none of that shit in your cell.
Amen. If you want people to quit doing illegal shit that's unethical and immoral, you have to make the penalty so fucking drastic that it makes
you fear going to jail. The idea is to be scared to go to jail.
I mean, for real. That's the whole,
right.
Like for real. Like where did people lose that sentence? Like if you made the sentence for somebody who molests a child, if you make the sentence that you're not going to get a plea bargain.
You will be put in general population. You're not going to be protected because you're a kiddie fiddler. See all these kiddie fiddlers now, they get put in little special sections so they don't get friggin' shanked.
Yeah.
That's like...
You're going to... Once you...
Jails should be scary. So I lived in this... I lived in this one town where a lot of people's attitudes were they weren't worried about going to jail because they got all their relatives in jail. And it's like, well, you shouldn't be able to hang out with the relatives because you're going to... No, jail should be a feared place, not friggin' recreation.
Badge of honor.
In my state, the state prison here in Idaho, they just got done building. Yeah.
Because once upon a time, jail was a feared place. You didn't want to go to jail.
Right.
Yeah. And it's the same thing in Australia. I mean, one of my own little personal grievances I have with the Australian law is that someone can take someone's life and it's worth 5 years. Killing someone's worth a 5-year punishment. How the fuck does that work?
That's ridiculous.
There was someone not long ago that killed 4 people. It was only on the news or like in the newspaper, maybe 6 months ago.
Yeah.
He killed 4 people and got let out after 5 years.
Like it's like
this is in Australia.
How many people do you think would continue? How many people do you think would? How many people do you think would continue to molest kids and commit murder if you guarantee that they're not getting a plea bargain? You're either going to die. You're going to die in prison. You're going to fucking.
So they should.
You're going to die in prison, whether it be at the hands of an electric chair or lethal injection or another convict or a guard. Like, so be it. I don't like.
Well, actually, I do disagree with the death sentence.
That strict. How many?
I do disagree with the death sentence. I don't agree that
people are going to just be like, "Fuck this," you know what I mean? I like if they made it so like I went to prison for the rest of my life for smoking a joint. Yeah.
No, but I also disagree with the death sentence. I used to agree with the death sentence. I was like right on board with the death sentence, but I did have a friend of mine change my mind on that, and they're not even a Christian that changed my mind. And yeah, like as they pointed out to me, there has been innocent people that have been, given the needle or whatever. And it doesn't make right for the government to legally take somebody's life away because they killed someone. They should be suffering in the friggin' jail for life.
Right, and it needs the jail needs to not be fun.
No, not fun. No TVs. No friggin' kettles. No friggin' commissaries or whatever they call it. Like shop up, buy up to whatever where you can go and buy your 2-minute noodles and have access to all these things to do harm to other inmates anyway. Wrong. But no, the government shouldn't also be allowed to what is legally killing somebody else. Believe me, I was a big supporter of the death penalty. I thought you guys friggin' were the bee's knees as in the country because, you punish people and put them to death for killing somebody. And I was like, yes, kill the fuckers. But yeah, I did have... Hey?
The deterrent not to go on a murder spree. What is there with sentences like that? Where is there any reason to want to not commit a crime, dude?
Yeah, because all you got to do is go in there. I'm definitely an atheist, so for anyone that is religious, don't take this the wrong way. But you get these hardened criminals, hardened ass murders. They go to jail, they find God, and then suddenly they're let out on good behaviour.
He spent the rest of his life in prison.
Yeah. No consistency for a start. No consistency.
No, there isn't.
It's wrong.
And yes, and then depending on what
what's that, Wendy?
Class of a citizen you are, that's going to determine how you're going to get treated. If you're a lower class person, they're going to put you away for a long time.
I agree. That's
wrong.
if you've got the right lawyers and everything, and you got the money, you can get.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be that way. I mean, if one of my own children committed murder in cold blood, I would be asking my child to be kept in jail. and I would be
Right.
just embarrassed and ashamed that I'd failed somewhere, that I had a child that killed somebody. And I'm sure a lot of parents do question themselves, like, where did I go wrong when their child, brutally
Something
murders
like that,
somebody?
yeah.
And these little 16-year-old and friggin' like we're starting to get some young killers in Australia now. Only about 2 weeks ago, a 12-year-old girl stabbed some lady and then tried to make it look like a sex ring setup. Because she'd come screaming out of the place, making it look like she was self-defensing and come out in different size underwear and just all sorts of weird, crazy stuff behind it. But that's since been found out. And I thought it was suspicious straight up anyway. And just reading the
Right.
newspaper and listening to the article, that this young 12-year-old girl, she's obviously got a vendetta against her mother, whoever it was that she killed, Artie, and then just made it look like a crime, like a sex crime that, and then just literally Sunday night here in Australia, so, what's 2 nights ago, a pack of 16 and 15-year-olds just stabbed the grandmother to death in one of the towns down Brisbane for her car in front of her little 6-year-old granddaughter at a shopping centre car park. 15 and 16-year-old gang kids were a fucking car, stabbed her to death.
So
So I'm still waiting to hear what that outcome is, because it was only like 2 days ago for that.
Yeah, one of our
Mate, jail
cities
should be a
here,
scary place.
we've got a gang. They call them the Gilbert Goons, and they've been using brass knuckles and everything. So the city of Gilbert is now going to ban brass knuckles, but like that does anything. And then they're trying to get the Gilbert Goons, because that's what they call themselves, to be put on as a gang, official gang, not just
Well, if they're giving themselves a club type name, then they're obviously a gang, in my opinion.
mine too. If you've got something like that.
Well, I don't have to talk about gangs. I'm from Chicago.
That's right,
See, the thing,
MacGyver. You have lots of gangs there.
See, the thing they're doing, like all these youngies are doing in Australia now, is they're calling their crew, and I don't know if it's an American thing or, Canadian thing or whatever, but now they're calling themselves, their gang names are after the postcodes. So it's like the 4401 crew or whatever, which is basically the postcode of their, well, not basically, it is the postcode of their area. It's like, oh my God.
So did you guys read chat at all?
I haven't read the chat. I'm behind on that.
Oh.
Because I'm on my phone, so I'm going back and forth.
MacGyver, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm at the hospital right now. My mom went in for ammonia. She was kind of struggling for breathing. So, we're going to put you on the ventilator. I was like, don't let them put you on that shit, Mom. Well, put her on it. They blew out one of her lungs. So, after they took the tube out, they found out her blood pressure was low. Then they found out she was bleeding internally because of the lung. She got off the tube, Friday. Now she's just going downhill. Then they just took off the feeding tube. She's just got a morphine drip now, so she's fading out slowly. Yep.
My heart goes out to you, brother.
Oh, I'm
The whole family came out here, all 4 siblings. 2 of them left. Yeah, work's more important. So me and my wife, my sister out here.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear.
Yeah. My dad died out here last year because of a screw up. He had
Yeah.
stomach pains. Went to the emergency room. Oh, you need to set up an appointment with the surgeon because you got a hernia. And 2 days later goes by. My dad could not stand the pain. Rush him back to the emergency room. Cut him open. Found out that his intestines was leaking. Got bile in his stomach lower area.
Oh my
Caused
God.
sepsis. This all could have been avoided. These doctors and stuff are not taking care of people properly. They really don't.
No, because they're all just trying to save money instead of save lives.
Yeah, but they're also trying to make as much money before they kill you. It seems like.
Oh yeah. Oh
you
yeah.
know.
Because they'll
Yeah,
still
So I mean,
charge you for
making money
everything.
by saving money.
so
Yeah,
my
yeah,
mom is dying. They can keep her going through artificial means, make sure she got her oxygen, the pulse ox, and all that stuff. Yeah, but she can't live on that stuff all the time. But long as she's on that, they're making money. So my brother put the hammer down. My sister put the hammer down. And just said, "Hey, let it be the way it's got to be." Because I don't want her suffering. It's just So yeah. So what happened was the lung
no,
blew
the
out. They caused this issue. I mean, they didn't have to do the. She had ammonia. There's other treatments she can do. Uh, they're not giving people antibiotics much anymore. You know, because they want you to get immune to it. So yeah. So what happens? Her lung was bleeding, caused a blood clot, and gave her a stroke. So then there's more particles of blood, I guess, and she had more of a stroke because at the day they took the tube out, she was doing. I mean, she was looking at us. She was smiling when we were giving her jokes and stuff. She wasn't able to talk. But like the next day, boom, totally different person. And she was just like, just her eyes could move, nothing else. So yeah, I didn't get to experience that with my dad. Uh, I flew up here and he was on life support, and which was fake life support because when I touched him, I knew he was dead. What they
yeah,
do is they put a heated
Sucks,
blanket on
Rusty.
your legs, right? And then they turn on the respirator for help you breathe, and it circulates the blood. So the warm blood from the legs goes through the body, so it looks like they're still alive, but they're really not.
yeah, yeah,
I don't know.
Mac,
yeah.
did
I
you
don't
read
know
the
what to
back
feel
chat?
right now. I don't know what to feel right now. Really, I'm kind of like I don't know, shocked or I don't know how to feel yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mac, did you check the back chat, bro?
Somebody in back chat.
Yeah. Oh, lady, my spiritual mom.
So how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing fine.
Well, fuck, compared to what you're going through, I'm doing fantastic, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's up, Jeff?
Yeah,
What's
my
up,
mom
Frosty
was mean
Broccoli?
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, she couldn't handle me, so she sent me away to a boys' ranch out in South Dakota for like 5 years.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so I learned the
Isn't
ranch
it funny, MacGyver? Like to sound like you got some similar experiences with me because my dad died. Well, coming up 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I was actually adopted. I was like the second Indigenous daughter adopted by a white family because the first one died from a hole in the heart because that was like way back when the technology wasn't there.
Right.
And then I seem to be the only one that gives a shit about me dad, whereas his actual two biological sons, all they give a shit about is money, money, money. They never done nothing to help dad when he was alive. I moved to this little poxy bumfuck town to look after dad in his dying days because he was given the death knock by cancer. And yeah, the actual two biological sons done nothing, man. They just had the hand out, watching the clock, counting the seconds for him to die. And I'm still battling them because I'm the executor of my father's will, still going on with freaking bullshit with them, wanting to steal possessions because my dad was asset rich. And I'm living like a pauper while they're just all like living like king shit still. And it's just horrible. I feel sorry for you, man.
Right.
So hopefully the two that have not stayed to hang around with mum and feel that work's more important, hopefully they don't turn into money grabbers. when
Yeah, I can see the true colors in my siblings. I got two siblings. They want mom to go away kind of quick because more that she stays awake and alive in the hospital dwindles on their inheritance.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so it's
yeah.
like,
I
yo,
bet
there
You
ain't gonna
start.
be do we want to suffer, just let her go.
I bet they'll miss work when they go to get when you go to read the will.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I bet you they'll pull a couple of sick days in, no worries.
Well,
And the
yeah.
No
thing
big deal.
is, that's another thing that pisses me off as well. Is because my oldest brother was doing that as well before Dad died. When Dad was sick, telling people how it's my inheritance. Well, it's not your fucking inheritance. It's Dad's money to give
Right.
away to who he chooses. It's not
Right.
actually your frigging kingdom. It's his frigging money that he's frigging worked for, saved up,
Yeah.
grinded out. Yeah. Yeah, I just
Yeah,
got
if
to
I jump
really.
out of here quick, if I jump out of here quick, that either phone's leaving or my wife's waving me to come back to the inside because I might be
Okay.
here
Good luck.
passing. But I'm just saying, if I
Okay.
cut out
Well,
here
I'll
quick,
still be
that's
here.
probably the reason.
All right, man. Just know we got love for you, bro. Our hearts go out
I
to you, man.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Love you too, guys.
You're welcome. And may your mom go, as gentle as
My
possible, my brother.
yeah, my deepest condolences. That's got to be so hard.
Yeah, I'm
Especially
just
when
like
you
I
know
said,
that,
I'm in a
that the
daze. I'm in a
inevitable.
daze right
Yeah.
now.
Yep.
Yeah, I cried just a little bit
And
when everybody left
unfortunately,
the room. When everybody left the room, it was just me and her, and I was stroking her head, and she was looking at me with her eyes, and and I started tearing up, but I didn't, full on like the other family members. Yeah.
Well, at least you got that. You know
so
what I
can she
mean?
still
Like,
can she still understand you, even though she can only respond with the blinking? Can she still understand you? And
Well, this is before they started this
yes, no
procedure.
with
They
the
took the
blinking.
feeding tube out of her nose. They took the IV out of her neck because they had it right into the jugular vein because of her vessels and stuff being shot. So they wanted to make sure the medicine was going in her properly. Um, they took the medicine. They took the IVs off. They took everything off. Just the pulse ox on her finger, so when she passes, we can see the heart stop. So my sister is
Opa
gonna
said,
stay
make.
here all. Yeah, my sister and my wife are gonna stay here all night. I'm probably gonna go back to the house because I'm not feeling too good. Yeah.
Opa said, may
Yeah, but if
God
you go
take
back
her
to the
hand
house,
and
you
gently bring her through the gates of heaven peacefully.
Oh yeah, my sister's
Perfectly
playing my
said,
mom's
Opa.
favorite music. Yeah.
Oh, that's
A couple
good.
days ago. Yeah, a couple days
that's
ago, my
nice.
sister played the Bee Gees. My mom likes the Bee Gees.
Oh.
I go play that one, Staying Alive. Yeah, Staying Alive.
What's up, Jess?
That's a
What's up,
cool
my brother?
idea. I wouldn't even think to do that. I'd be too emotionally distraught that I wouldn't even think to play dad music.
Yeah.
Dad like Glenn
She
Campbell and
kind of
all that.
put this on herself. I mean, we tried to get her back home to Chicago so all four of us siblings could take care of her, but she's so stubborn that she got back out here and she's by herself and she has a caregiver take her to her doctor's appointments and stuff. And apparently, that's one of the doctor's appointments she went to. She caught pneumonia.
Oh.
So if she was back at home,
How old
I mean, we could have
how
been
old
on
is your
top of that.
mom?
She's
How old is your
82. Her
mom?
birthday was, yeah, she's
82.
82. She had her birthday February 2nd.
Well, happy birthday.
Oh,
Yeah.
happy birthday,
So we sang happy
MacGyver
birthday to her.
mom.
Yeah. Her name is
I got
Sean
this.
Steen.
Oh, go ahead.
My mom's got the weirdest name.
Sean.
Nobody else has it. Sean Steen.
Sean Steen.
Yep.
Steen. I like that. That's good.
Yeah,
I like
my
that.
mom.
That's good.
That's a good name. When my mom passed, I got to be out there before she went into hospice in her house, and I got to be there with her. And so we celebrated her birthday the day after I got there, and her birthday wasn't until the 9th, but she passed away on the 6th.
Right.
But we celebrated her birthday early.
Thing happens for a reason. That's crazy.
Yep.
That's so hard.
How are you, Jeff, my man?
Hey, Jeff.
Sir Jefe. No comprende, can hear you.
Hey, si, senor.
Whoa, you see that? He disappeared. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Good day, Governor.
Make sure you take care of yourself too, MacGyver. You can't let yourself get run down of your own energy resources.
Am I good now? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. So now I
Yep,
get to
we
drive
can
this
hear you.
vehicle home. This is my new vehicle.
Hell yeah.
Heck yeah. I was just reminiscing about my uncle's last words and shared the story on mute so nobody heard, but I was there when he
We'll share it again.
passed. I will,
We'll share it
because
again.
I love my uncle, and it's probably the funniest death that anybody could possibly have, I guess. Well, maybe there's probably funnier ones, but he projectile vomited all over the wall.
Oh.
Stands up, straight up, and says, "Hey, I feel a lot better." And then his eyes rolled back in his head, and he was dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
But my mom, before they gave her the morphine, she keeps saying, "Mommy, mommy." My mom keeps saying that.
Oh, she's gonna go see your mom.
I guess so.
She's gonna go see your mom. Hell yeah.
But you know, it's something we're all gonna have to experience, man. I'm really sorry to hear anybody's
Yep.
passing. Aaron, have you met? I mean, sorry, G2K. Have you met Tomcat yet, by chance? I know I keep trying to bring him over here,
What's
but
going on, Tomcat?
I haven't. I
you
haven't.
haven't. Well, he's a real energetic guy. He runs Tomcat's World. I'll send you his channel or post it in the private chat. But unfortunately, was it yesterday or the day before? He woke up to his wife had died in her sleep next to him.
Oh, jeez. You know what? That would totally devastate me if my wife passed.
Oh, wow.
That would be really fucking hard.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I couldn't
Yeah.
imagine.
Shit.
But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
my
post
wife
his
does
channel.
everything, man. My wife does fucking
You say his name
everything.
is
I'm a
Top Hat
real
or
lucky
Top Cat?
guy.
Top Hat.
Tomcat's World.
Wow. Oh my God.
Oh, Tomcat. Well,
yeah, he's
sorry to hear about the loss, Tomcat.
he does well. His channel description is trying to inspire and motivate and help people survive, and he does a lot of. I mean, it's really he does a lot of just motivational speaking. Honestly, I mean, he just gets on there and he rants. He has some good rants. He's got a lot of energy to him. He loves that '80s. I don't have a better term for it, and forgive me, Tomcat, if you hear me, but I call it '80s butt rock. Like the '80s.
Hell yeah, baby.
The
You mean
80s
glam rock?
80s butt rock. Ain't nothing better than the 80s butt rock.
Glam rock.
Right. So it'll be slamming some Dio or some other,
I will
awesome 80s, man.
never let
One of his favorites, my favorite
go.
style of video he does, like he looks into the camera all serious, like, all right, we gotta keep looking out. We gotta go. And then he grabs his backpack and the music gets going. It's like dun 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 dun, and he runs through the woods and he's just running through the woods like you gotta prepare. You gotta make sure you're prepared for the worst. You plan for the best, prepare for the worst. And he's a really, really interesting guy to watch. But
is he a motivational speaker or a doomsday prepper? Prepare for the worst.
A little bit of
He's
both.
a motivational doomsday prepper. He's a motivational doomsday prepper.
Tomcat, I hope you hear this one day. I love you, bud. I'm not trying to dog you here, but you are
I
awesome.
don't know. Sounds like my type of person, man.
I just found him and added him, so he's got another sub.
Yeah,
well, here's a good topic.
I've said that since New Year's, but he works so much and he doesn't really, people get stretched thin, so it happens. But I posted his channel link in the private chat if you guys want to check him out. You can tell him I sent you. He'll get a kick out of that.
There's a good topic. Do you believe in life after death? Or when you die, that's just the end of it. Then you know you're dead.
Sometimes I don't even know if I believe in life during life.
Dude,
So,
dude, I was just saying this. I was just thinking the same fucking thing, dude.
I think I'm
Even
just
I,
worm
Like, I don't even
food.
know I believe in life, dude. Like,
you guys see where I live, right?
yep,
I
you live
got
out
my
in the middle of
matrix
nowhere.
behind me.
out of the
Yeah.
stick.
Yep. And I'm
Surprised you got
surrounded. I'm surrounded. Well, I'm close enough to the city. I'm surrounded by fucking screens everywhere.
Right.
Close enough to the city, I can get downtown in 15 minutes, but far enough to where I usually don't have to interact with people out here. It's great. My closest neighbor is about a mile away.
Yeah, that's what I miss about living out on the sheep station. We call them out here, big sheep farm, sheep property I used to work on for 5.5 years. I loved it.
Shit, out in Tennessee, people lived a holler distance away. That's why they call us
A
little
holler
gully
distance.
hollers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I live
basically live in a
relatively
big
remote
holler.
now, but I'm still in a town. I'm in a town of 18 houses, so it's not the biggest town in the world. And some of
You
them
live like
houses
how
are
many
empty.
feet? You live how many feet? You live how many feet away from the pub? Like, I can spit that far.
106, 106 steps. And that's just normal little steps, not striding it out.
Yeah, those are windy steps.
That's just little windy steps.
How many Trump steps?
It's kind of like measuring things out in
Just
midnights.
over
You know what I mean?
literally-
It's 1 midnight, 2 midnights, 3 midnights. This is 1 windy step. This is 2 windy step.
Is that like
You got it.
Is that like Mississippi? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi? Yeah, well, like
Well, no,
I've got a house across the road,
yeah,
the house next to that, and then the pub's next to that. I live on the main street here. So when I'm taking you for a walk across the road, I'm on the main street. I've got the corner shop up the other end of the
look
street
both
from
ways
me, the
before you
pub
cross
down
that
the
road.
other end. Oh, I know, yeah. I think the busier it is when people go to work in the morning and come home in the afternoon.
Hope you guys don't mind. I was gonna play with my settings a little bit.
All right,
Go for shit, bro.
They're calling me. I got to get going, guys.
Oh, I'm glad
All right,
you
Mac.
said settings.
Just know we got my man. We got your
All
back,
right.
bro. We got you, bud.
Thanks,
Eat
John.
well,
Appreciate it, guys.
eat well, which will be hard to do, and try and sleep well, which will be hard to do. But
It's good to talk to somebody.
Yeah,
man.
We'll be here for a
right.
while if you need
Appreciate
me.
you guys, man.
Yep, you're welcome, Mac.
All right, take care.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep you in prayer.
You're welcome, man. Everybody throw some TTK love up in that chat for me, man. Just show him some love, man.
I'm pretty sure I've talked to MacGyver before. He's a cool dude. I'm
Yeah,
sure
he's a cool dude.
he's
Yeah.
been up here before, right?
Yeah, he's been up here a
Rocky,
few
I've
why don't
times.
you
spoken
come
with
up, man?
MacGyver over at Dave Brown's. I met MacGyver over at Dave Brown's, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Why is this making noise? I told it to be quiet.
Definitely like him being over here. It sucks he's going through what he's going through, you know. All I know is like that hospitals and shit, man. Like, people don't realize that the United States is the only place in the world that you pay a doctor to make you better. Like in China and shit, like you pay you pay the doctor gets paid after they make you better.
Canada is that way.
Like you know what I mean?
Oh,
So
no, Australia. Yeah, Australia, you're paying them to make you better.
is it like that too?
Yep, during the process, yep. I mean, we do have like a Medicare system and stuff like that, where the government will subsidise certain payments of things, but at the end of the day, yeah, no, they want their money up front before you get in the door.
See, and like doesn't that seem like that's like bass backwards, you know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't have to pay a doctor until after they make us better. Like,
Right. Give him an incentive.
Right, because I mean,
Well,
if you
what
only
happens
get
to the
if you get
Hippocratic
paid-
Oath about making
paid-
sure, yeah.
Well, if you only get paid to make somebody better, and as soon as you make that person better, you're no longer going to be your patient. Where's the incentive to want to make people better? If I make all these people better, then I don't have any patients. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have any. They're not going to be getting paid.
That makes me better.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That sounds like special chocolate.
You see what's
My-
funny
my-
about this case? You see these little divots here? This is from
Yeah.
my asshole fucking chihuahua trying to fucking steal these.
Oh, get into it.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then,
no.
like he
That's
didn't get
good
any,
stuff.
but look what he did to him. Like he like crushed them all. So
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah.
He's gonna
You know
eat his way
what?
through that
Chihuahua.
container.
He was
Put
in
those
the
marks on
process.
the tin. Wow.
Yeah, and he's a bad stoner. Like when he's taken treats before, he acts like the world is ending. He literally like gives up on life, and you can just see it in his eyes. Like, oh my god, what's happening to me?
Dude.
I'm fucking done.
Dude. Okay, check us out. So back about 7-8 months ago, well, it's probably about a year ago. Our dog, our Chihuahua, as a matter of fact, Noya, we left, and he, little ass, he got on my wife's stand, and he fucking got our dab container. And this wasn't just regular dab; it was like all the rollback from like months of collecting it. He ate like a fucking gram of that resin. Oh my, dude, for 2 days,
I can
dude.
see a
We
pattern
had like,
forming with these chihuahuas.
dude, we thought he was gonna die, dude. I thought, dude, I was getting ready. I was ready to take him to a vet. I called a buddy of mine whose sister is a vet. And she's like, yeah, man. She's like, that's not good. You got to keep an eye on him. And it's like, it can be toxic. It's toxic to dogs. I was like, well, I shouldn't have got it in my stash. Shouldn't have got it in my stash.
I mean, I've not heard of a case where a dog's actually died from it, unless they
Neither have I.
something like chocolate or another additive or another ingredient that they can't digest. But THC alone won't like fatally kill the dog. But
Yes.
I wouldn't
I don't
do
think
it
it would kill
because
anybody.
it's not something that they're accustomed to, and they can't really consent.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, I guess
it's
there's
like
that.
they my dogs have gotten into it, and it wasn't because I offered it to them. It was just they got into it on their own by accident or me being careless
Oh
or
yeah.
whatever.
Oh yeah.
But I will admit, I have given my dogs like a gummy treat before, like if I'm gonna groom them or trim their nails or something, because it usually puts them in a more docile mood.
Yeah,
As long
just
as you don't
sedate them.
overdo the
Yeah.
dose.
That's a good idea.
It's an excellent idea.
Yeah, that happened with my dog one time. I was making some biscuits, and the first batch of biscuits just went all smush on the biscuit tray. There was no actual biscuit shapes. It was just like a big friggin' tray of, like a big ass slice. And I thought, well, that's no good. It just went.
It was like a limp biscuit. It was like a limp biscuit.
Limp biscuit.
It was shocking. It was shocking, and I didn't realise that they'd all melted down on the tray that bad. So once I'd scraped the tray up and cleaned off the tray, I was just feeding some to my dog while I'd, redone the batch up kind of thing. And I'd clean forgotten that I'd given some to I'd clean forgot what sort of biscuit the dog had. And then it wound up coming in, and it was a big dog, thank God. So he was, got a little bit more resilience. But he'd come in the house, and he'd be sitting on the floor, and he'd be sitting with his bum down and his front legs straight, and the legs would start sliding on the lino floor. And I'd be thinking, what's wrong with the dog? And they're living out in the country and everything. I'm starting to think, shit, he's been bitten by something. And he'd just be he was off his tree, but I was thinking he got bit by a spider because I'd forgotten that I'd give him some of the shitty biscuits. But he survived. And then he wound up getting into cane toad licking.
Did you say toad?
He survived. Cane toads, yeah. So we got cane toads in Australia. They're poisonous.
Dude, hey, you know what? I had it. One of my most favorite lines I ever did was all about licking frogs, dude. 100% legitimate, no bullshit. Go back and check it out, dude. All about licking frogs, dude. Just saying.
No,
I'm not gonna lie. I'd be tempted if I lived in Australia. If I lived in Australia, I'd be pretty tempted to go fucking lick a frog. You know what I mean? Like, is it really gonna kill everybody? Maybe not. I'm just saying.
There we go. That's
that fucking cat, eh? Freaking cat got you in trouble.
That fucking cat.
Fucking cat back. How did he do that?
Without anyone knowing. He tried to blame me for taking it. Didn't talk to me for a week until he found it with chew holes in it. True story.
Brett,
Hell
why don't you
yeah,
come
dude.
up here, man? Come
Fucking
on up
yeah.
here, Brett. We can all chat. And if that's cool there, and I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. The more the merrier.
Me and Frosty have a mutual friend, and I don't know. I was kind of pissed off about some stuff earlier today, trying not to think about it, but it's just disappointing to me sometimes the way people react to fucking bullshit, and it's like, I don't know. He made me a mod in his channel, but then he was telling me that he didn't want stuff modded, and I'm like, well, bro, I mean, this is just a fucking shit show here. Like, I know you wouldn't let shit like this happen in your channel. He's got like
Well, I'm glad you didn't watch Chillin' Chatting last week because it was kind of a fiasco, but it was good.
Really? I guess there's no
Yeah.
escaping drama anywhere, is there?
Well,
sometimes it breaks
I just
not under your control.
Yeah, I just couldn't. I have this problem. I'm not like, I don't know what it is, but especially when it's a woman. When a woman's talking to me or anybody else for that matter, and they start like, and I'm saying something and they start talking, my brain like it instantly shuts off and I just quit. Like I'll just stop. It's hard. It's almost impossible for me to talk over people. So
Well, and
I couldn't
with
get a word in.
StreamYard, it's kind of like you have to get those verbal cues, like I didn't mean to just do it to you, but like it was in my head. And a lot of times when you're on a panel, if I don't say something right away, I lose that thought entirely. And then when it is my turn, I'm like, what? But at the same time, you have to.
I think it's hard with panels sometimes.
And I'm learning it, and I apologize if I talk over or cut people off, but like it's an art form almost to have that sort of balance between courteousness and still participating in the conversation,
But I've also learned it's hard with panels because some people will be using a Bluetooth and they'll be on that freaking couple seconds delay, and then it seems like they're talking over you, but it's only because of that delay.
Right.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, and I think that
yeah. Because
I've seen so many people get super upset, especially.
I've learned that myself. It used to happen to me all the time because I was using the Bluetooth, and then the amount of times it looked like that I'm just starting to talk as soon as someone else started talking, but there was no one talking when I started talking, and then it'd be like, "You're talking over us," when it's like, well, I started when no one was speaking. They're like, I was already. It's like, So I've since stepped up my game and got all this freaking hardwired shit, and makes it different for sure. But yeah, no.
I try to stay away from wireless input devices just because generally they're always going to have more latency. Like I still have a wired keyboard, wired mouse, and hell, I even got my computer's hooked up with a wired connection. I don't even use my Wi-Fi. So I get there. But it's just
I do have Wi-Fi for the internet.
Yeah, well, got to find that balance too, because there's a lot of devices that I just simply can't do hardwired. Of course, like my phones and a bunch of my laptops and shit here. Yeah, but I don't know, man. Broccoli, if you're still listening, I tried to moderate that more so it didn't just come into a shit show, because it's my buddy Robbie is he was part of that troll cult thing, and they continue to follow him around and shit, and I don't know,
Hello? What's up, man?
It's stupid.
Yeah, I don't understand this troll cult thing. Do people like feeling stressed out? Do people like hassling other people?
Yeah,
people's lives, are their lives so empty that they would prefer to just be troublemakers?
Hi, Aunt Amy.
Amy, speaking of troublemaker, it's Aunt Amy.
What's
She's
up,
not
Brett?
a troublemaker.
But the simple solution, and me and Brett were both saying it, I believe, at the time, is just to ban the people who aren't contributing to the conversation. And then, they bring all their friends in and either come in with their alts just to back themselves up to make it look like there's more people and shit to come in and, oh, that's censorship, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, all you're doing is attacking Brett, or you're attacking Nancy, or you're attacking me, or what's the point here, dude? We're not talking about any issues that you made your channel for. We're just regurgitating stuff that me and Robbie already had an agreement about, and I thought I was managing it the best one could. But if that's how he's gonna run his channel, and I talked to Robbie earlier, but like I mean, I don't need to. He has this whole philosophy that you shouldn't block people or you shouldn't ban people, but why do you want to subject yourself to somebody who's gonna just call you a pedo and say you jerk off your dogs?
And be toxic.
Why would I want to do that? Like, this is my spare time, motherfucker. Like, I want to play video games and chop wood with my dogs and make friends online. I don't want to hang out with people that fucking hate me.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
agree. I agree.
I'm not sure how long you stayed after Jeff, but
I
got back.
I couldn't take it. I just left.
I know I saw you leave, but I got because I went back up on panel and basically told them like, look, it's really, really simple. It's about what you want for your channel. Like if you want your channel to be a chaos, hate fest, you can do that. But if you want it to have some kind of decorum,
And Brett, we've talked about this. It's a ploy to fuck with Robbie because now, like, apparently they have some sort of a truce or something that he was telling me about, and I just, like they've never played those games before. They're trying. What they're trying to do is like alienate people that come into his chat so they can
100%.
do whatever it is that they do to try to manipulate Robbie into demodding people or whatever. But he's not demodding me. We have an agreement. I was trying to talk to him about it, and he didn't really say a whole lot. He might be busy or something, but I don't know, man. That shit did bother me. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I was visibly upset, and I said my piece. And then Robbie has the nerve to say to me that I sound like Brett. Like, what the fuck does that fucking mean, dude?
Honestly, I said the same thing to Tommy as I did to Robbie. Like, it's your channel. If you want to have a chaos shit show, to have it. Like, some people aren't going to like it. Some people will. But if you're going to have any kind of decorum, some kind of structure,
I've asked Robbie to come into this channel.
Just some basic common like decency and respect, then you need to have rules, and not only have rules, but like actually enforce them.
Right.
Like,
but here's and Brett, his position
really
is
simple.
His position is that these are the only people that come into my chat, so I can't just block them all. But hear me out here, Brett. And GTK and other people may already know that I've tried to promote the hell out of Robbie. We had Lawless in there, we had JD Live in there, and I met JD Live here. And I keep telling Robbie, like, fuck these people. If they're not going to contribute to the conversation or to the growth of your channel, they're only there to fuck with you, dude. They're only there to watch you fucking suffer. That's what they want. That's his goal.
You're preaching to the choir with me, man, because I've been telling Robbie for like
profusely if this is not a topic.
I've been telling Robbie for 2 freaking years, get rid of the trolls because they derail it. They derail it.
Let's defer to Aaron because it's his channel, and I brought the topic up, and I apologize. But
no, you're good. You're good. This is more of a type of conversation for Thursday night. You know what I mean? Like that's like tonight's supposed to be.
That's a very fair point.
You know what I mean? Like so tonight's we're supposed to be raising awareness about the MMIW, and I mean I know we all got kind of off track with Matt Guyver and shit, but
yeah.
That's what I'd like to continue doing. You know what I mean? That's what the main 100%. Reason why I'm here tonight.
Apologies.
All right, get us back on track.
That's the main reason I tuned into your channel tonight was the murdered and missing Indigenous women. I did mention to you prior. I 100% support you and all that. And I apologize because you're right.
No, you're good. You're good.
That was my fault. I vented, but I appreciate you letting me do that, man. I just I started to recognize where going with that, but we're
good. You're good.
We're definitely community building is a big part of sending out any message, right? So I mean it all
absolutely. That's kind of why that's kind of why I let you guys go off and because it's
I mean
we did
live,
like with JD so
well,
and that's one of the
great job.
One of the things too is like I don't like share out a lot of channels because I know if I make a community post sharing out a channel, you're gonna get trolls. That's just inevitably the way it goes every single time. So I'm very, very cautious and very particular about which channels I promote. So
I get that, but let me just say this:
you're murdered and missing Indigenous women. I really would because it's important. I've been here for quite a while. I watched the video that you played. It was I was shaking my head. I was almost puking a couple times. Terrible stuff. So
Yeah,
I want to share that
likewise.
stuff out, but just so you know, if I do share it, you could get some trolls that come in. So
Well,
And
Aaron,
I was just gonna say,
mentally
to
strong
you, like,
enough.
yeah, like when
You'll
it comes to
just
trolls,
cut this out.
when it comes to trolls, we don't. I got the best moderating crew on YouTube, and I stand behind that 100%. Like, they know what their limits are, they know what they need to do, and when trolls get here, dude, they just get shut down, dude. Everybody gets one chance to be here, and that's it, man. Once that one chance, that's it. I will not hesitate to fucking block people in a heartbeat, as long as my moderators know what they're supposed to do, and they're here to do that, and you know what I mean. So we ain't afraid of trolls over here. We're not afraid of them over here at all. So
No.
all right,
whether you want to share
I
my
like to
channel
give a
out or
heads
not,
up.
that's on you, and I would appreciate it if you did. But if you don't, it's all good. You know what I mean?
I like to give a heads up because it's just it feels like the fair and
We're
right
good.
thing to do. Jeff knows I have like
I
a whole
know.
troll
And Brett,
entourage that follows
you know,
me.
yeah,
And I got a lot of respect
I
for you. And I got a
apologize.
lot of respect for you. I got a lot of respect for you for telling me that too. You know what I mean? A lot of people just come in and just let you be blindsided. I'd rather know the train's coming at me
I
fucking
actually
full
got me
force
days.
rather than be blindsided. You know? So I appreciate it.
I got my days mixed up because I'm a day ahead out here. I thought it was tie-dye Tuesday because it's Tuesday here.
Amy's like, fuck, or
And
Wendy's like, I'm out of here. Fuck, I'm out of here. Wendy's like, I'm out of here. It's not tie-dye Tuesday. Fuck this shit. I'll bollocks with all that shit.
no, I still listen because
Oh, I know,
that's
Wendy.
just
I know. I'm just fucking.
just sad the friggin' the lack of effort they put in to Indigenous people. The same thing happens in Australia. You know, like I always
you're
say to people that
Indigenous.
racism is and discrimination is still alive and well.
Oh, it's institutionalized.
Unfortunately.
It's institutionalized racism where you have it in, like, say, police departments and stuff. And for anybody that doesn't know that might be listening, I'm from Canada, Western Canada. I was born and raised in British Columbia. I was actually raised in British Columbia by the Highway of Tears. So murdered and missing Indigenous women is actually, like, it's something that actually hits fairly close to home, being so close to that location. I currently live in Alberta.
Oh, yeah.
There's stories that can be told about Saskatchewan too, with police, you know, and issues there with Indigenous. So there is an institutionalized problem in Outback, as you refer to her. Hi, Wendy. Is very correct. Where it's not only institutionalized, but it's definitely a problem that they're not giving enough attention to. They're starting to now, because of people like you, others out there, you know, raising red flags and alarm bells and bringing it to the forefront. I'm sure I know Get to Know has heard about the graves at the schools here, and you know, the horror stories of, you know, what they did to children, and it's bad. So I do very much appreciate the topic and coverage and disclosure, and it's very good. That's why I want to share you out, but I wanted to prepare you that if I do, you'll get trolls.
Hey, you're good. We're good. And I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that.
We can't live in fear of trolls, man. We just can't.
Nope. No. I don't.
No, I know.
Think that gives them food.
No, I didn't. I wasn't suggesting fear. It was just more preparedness, right? Luck favors the prepared. So,
yeah.
Look, I've had some of the most. I've had one of the most most ignorant people come after me on YouTube, and I'm still here, man. I'm not backing down. You know what I mean? I'm not.
Sadly, though, that racism is generally passed down from family members. Sometimes from an experience, but generally from family members.
Yep. Well, I am racist. I am racist, and I'm not gonna lie. I am racist. I'm about one race and one race only. That's the human race. The human race. I don't see colors. I don't see colors of skin. I don't. I see people. I see human beings. That's it. I'm all about our race.
Likewise.
Human race, man.
Yeah, we're all the color of water.
You know? So yeah. So you guys saying you support the MMIW. So let me ask you, what are you guys doing on the 14th of this month?
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day. I am going to be working from 10 till 8 in the morning.
Yeah, well, 8 in the morning. Well, then you should have. That would be perfect timing for you to get your little to make up some kind of red hand for the MMIW logo,
Oh
and go
yeah.
down to your courthouse, and just stand there with your MMIW red hand for 10 minutes, an hour. Just stand there and not say a word, just because it's MMIW Awareness Day. That's where I'm going to be. I'm going to live stream it for a while. That's where I'm going to be. It's just whether it's just me.
Or if you got a car, stick them on your car windows and stuff.
I don't have any of that stuff yet. I really don't.
I mean, that's a good idea. That's a good first. That's a good protest idea, I guess. It's not really protesting. It's just I'm not sure
It's
how
not
much.
Awareness.
If I'm only going to be fair about stuff, it's about raising awareness to the issue of the MMIW. I know if I seen somebody just standing outside my courthouse with a red hand, and you know what I mean, on it, I'm gonna stop. I see that. I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna ask him, "What are you doing? What the fuck's this about?"
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
because some people will ask questions and say, "What's this got to do with?" And then that initiates a conversation.
Yeah, that's right. You know? It's about raising awareness, but it's the 14th is one of two days of the year for MMIW awareness, and it's the first one. So that's just what I'm going to do.
Well,
what's the other day?
February
You said
14th.
And then what's the other one? You said there's 2 days of the year where they raise awareness in particular.
Yeah, why is that? That's a kind of weird day to celebrate anything else, man.
I've been missing red hand, Canadian flag, children of all races and colors.
I'm gonna have to jump down for a second. I'll come right
It's a
back
bit
up.
dark on the picture, but yeah, I've got the rough idea. Those lines that you got going over your face, Chopper Jeff, they're freaking me out.
You know,
That's
part of
trippy.
me, I like having this on. So I don't know. You know, this dude is making all kinds of memes about me, so I'm just trying to make it harder for him. So, and I could tell it's
A
pissing
meme
him off.
god.
Yeah, he made a meme already about me using this because I'm insecure with my my looks or whatever. But I'm doing it just to fuck with him. But I
If you're
like having
insecure
it on,
about your
so.
looks, wouldn't you be behind an
I
avatar?
know. I mean,
Hey now, hey, watch it now.
But I like showing off my little Matrix thing, and plus, you know, I was looking to do the video game streaming thing, and people are more likely to stay and hang out if they can see you. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to do it, and just becoming more comfortable, like with myself and stuff on camera. You know, it's a therapy thing for me, and that's what this all evolved as, is even interacting with YouTube beyond just watching videos.
Well, really, that's kind of where it's kind of what led me here too, bro.
Well, that's the vibe I got
bullshit.
from your channel. I mean, I can't personally relate to your topics a lot of times, like with the missing Indigenous women. Like I'm here in the middle of like white privilege land, Kentucky. Like we really don't have issues like that here because we're not near any of the reservations. But I do want to contribute. I do want to help. I'm not sure I'm prepared to commit to do that outside of the courthouse. Because it
That's
is
cool.
a little bit out of the way for me, but there may be another way I can help. And plus, I have to kind of calculate in my head like what the effectiveness would be, because a lot of the people around here wouldn't. I mean, it's kind of a bigger city, but like they would probably just look at me like I was asking for money or something.
Oh, really? Well, yeah.
Or there's not a lot of people out there at that time anyway. And plus, you know, man, I bust my ass at my work. I'm gonna be fucking covered in dirt, tired, and everything else.
It's all good.
But you know, man, I love you, man, and I hate to say it like that, but I can't really.
No, you're good, bro. You're good, bro.
It's not a bad practice to like don't talk about things you're not overly knowledgeable on. So it's kind of hard if you're not super
Right.
knowledgeable on the topic
too.
to
If
go
somebody
try
came up
and
to
make
me,
some kind of an imprint or a stand, because you could end up like I get what you're saying, where you're gonna like you don't have the
I don't have any
information,
background.
the knowledge, the education on the topic to actually make valid points and raise the proper awareness, and you have a fear of ending up looking like a fool or bringing
Right.
kind of a
Right.
bad negative condemnation to what you're trying to raise awareness to because of no other reason than ignorance. So
Right. And if somebody
I
were to
get what you're
approach
saying
me,
totally.
if somebody were to approach me on the street and ask me what I'm doing, I'm like, well, I'm raising awareness for missing and indigenous women. And if they asked me any statistics, I'd be like, well, I'm really here to support my friend on the internet.
Yeah, no, it's good.
I'd
Yeah,
feel a little
That's not a bad approach either, but
yeah. But
no, you're good,
maybe
man.
maybe I could do a community post that day or something on my channels, and maybe that can be probably even more effective because more people would probably pay attention than me just on the street.
Yeah, that works too, bro. Absolutely, man.
Hell yeah, man!
No,
So if
you
you
get
made
out of
any,
here. You're not welcome. I'm just kidding.
well, that was your
You know you're always
prerogative,
welcome here,
man.
bro.
Oh, thank you,
You know
sir.
you're always welcome here, bro. You know you're always welcome.
I feel like we bonded on New Year's Eve, man. I was fucking
I do
wasted.
too. I do too. You, Lady O, and I. You two. You, Lady O, and I. Fuck, dude, that was a long night, but it was a fun night. I had fun. Like
Yeah,
from like
it was.
from like
Were
2
you
o'clock in the
getting
morning
drunk
until
on
like
stream
8.
together?
Yep,
We did a
yep.
28-hour long live stream.
We had
28 hours
Sarah
straight.
up here. We had
Wow.
Sarah up here. We
awesome.
celebrated New Year's in England, fucking Australia, fucking
Australian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
East
Fucking
Coast,
East
fucking
Coast.
time, Pacific,
Yep.
fucking. Then the next day we were
Mountain
still
time. Yep. Yep. We sure
fucking 8
did.
New Years in one day.
And Jeff let it go, dude. He was fucking hammered drunk. He's like, yeah.
Ah, I felt really witty. I was eating mushrooms too, so I'm sure I said some interesting shit that I don't even want to watch back on that stream. Apparently, it wasn't offensive enough. I'm still here, so
Hey, you didn't say anything that offended me, so I mean that's
okay.
what
I probably talked
if you
about
did,
the
we would.
major,
If you did, we would. If you did, we would already handle that shit, bro. That's how I do. That's how I get my shit
right?
down. That's how I
I
get
think
down with
that's
my
how I
shit.
started my conversation with what was her name? Monica, like that morning, because I was like, yeah. I think I came into the room like, well,
James.
I'm not blocked, so you guys must like me still. And then she's like, well, I hate negativity. I would just block people. And then she busted out with the whole I don't want to live anymore stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually know Monica YouTube personally when she had the certain incident all go down.
Oh yeah.
She's gotten
She doing okay, I hope.
really bad from the. I've there's actually 2 other people in chat. We've written her off because we're sick of the toxicity, the lashing out at people, the name calling, the hypocrisy,
I've heard
the concealment of the actual proper true story.
Yeah, she dropped
Of
those
the details
on New Year's
of the
Eve.
details of what really happened. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what it was. That's what it was. That's
Yeah.
what it was for me. And I don't care what anybody can say, what anybody says about it, whether they want to say I'm an asshole. It is, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And out of respect for her, because that's the type of person I am, I told her I wouldn't talk about it like that. And I'm not going to get into it like that. But straight up, like, that's exactly what got her. That's what got her taken care of over here. Like you lied. Like you lied. Then you called one of my friends. Then you called one of my friends white trash. And then, you had
She
a
was
problem
doing
with
that
somebody
on all the
else.
channels, though. She was doing that on all channels. Yours is not the only channel that she's been kicked out from.
I know.
By just
and I only
being nasty
and I only know what I found out by somebody else. By somebody else. You know what I mean?
I know.
And then I went and did my own research.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, what the fuck?
I know he told you because
found
we
out
all
about
talk.
it IRL? You found like an article about it and stuff?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, dude.
There is
like,
a
it's still
newspaper
under
article.
investigation, dude.
Oh shit.
One little article, that's it, because it's still under investigation.
I wouldn't be
Well,
surprised if she's got feds following her on the internet then. Because I mean, if it's under
G2,
investigation,
I actually used to video call that lady every morning. Every morning I'd video call her. Hey, go Monica, rah, 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 make sure you eat something. Because unfortunately, the sad thing is that she doesn't have the money to move out of that place where that scene happened. that would be horrible.
Right.
I
But
can't.
I can
have a
show
hard
you
time finding
messages.
it.
Yeah, but I can show you messages where she actually blames
I
that other
couldn't.
lady, and it's all her fault. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh no, and remember, it's only talking shit if it ain't true. So that's why you know what I'm about to say and what Wendy's saying right now. Or
I have receipts.
it's not a lie.
I have receipts.
I won't ever show them and share them because that's just not what I do. But I don't need to show people proof. People believe me when I talk because I don't lie to people, dude. Like I had that conversation with her, dude, and she 100% will blame this woman for the rest of her fucking life, and it breaks my heart that she's going to because she will never. When she says there's a darkness following her, well, that's what it is. It's this hatred for this other woman, and it breaks my fucking heart, dude.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Like her son cannot have done any fucking wrong, dude. It was all her fault. She even went as far as blaming the other girl's other boyfriend.
Yes, I've heard.
100%.
I've also had that story, and also her family. Like they should have never let her come over here. And it's like, well, she's a grown adult. She can go where the fuck she wants.
And she didn't want to. She didn't want to speak up to the fact of her son. Yes, well, her son. Yes, finding your son in the condition he was in probably would be traumatic. I'm sure it would be. But when you want to just put it
and having to go home to that every night as well. But
I had no fucking idea when I first met her. I had no idea that there was even another victim. There was an actual victim of this. Of this. I thought he just committed suicide.
Yeah, bro. And I went like this. Okay, Monica, we're all here for you.
Yeah.
And I felt like I went fucking full blown fucking counselor mode somehow.
Yeah, you
I
did.
remember.
Dude.
I remember just. I felt like I.
Everyone does, and she's still getting that on other channels because no one else on other channels. These new channels she goes to.
I had put so.
I remember the first time I seen her on G2K's channel here in the chat, and I'm just thinking, oh my god, you don't even know, man. You don't even know. Oh yeah, I can actually show you chats I've had with her and many conversations and then the lies that she's also continued to tell.
We don't need to see him, Wendy. Like for real, we don't need to see that shit. You know what I mean? Like I believe what you say because I have heard that. I believe that story because I have heard the same story from the same person's mouth. Like I bet you the text messages are almost identical. I guarantee it. Like, you know what I mean? So, and it's not sitting here talking shit on her.
Duplicate. She does like to duplicate a few things on Discord, where she'll put something on our Discord. Like she got kicked out of the Discord that me and a couple other people, and I won't say names. It's up to her if she wants to mention herself. But the lady that told you the proper Monica story, because I know who it was, because she told me that she told you.
Right.
Yeah. She got kicked out of her Discord as well, and we've got a pretty tolerant Discord. Or not we, but we're in a really tolerant Discord. But as soon as you start friggin' being a CUNT to everybody, it's time to leave the Big Brother house.
Like you know, and like I said, like my heart goes out to her. That's horrible. That's horrible. She had to experience that.
Yes,
that's horrible. Her son did that to himself.
When
but
you say
there's
it's under investigation.
Yeah.
He's under investigation.
I don't know, and I can't see here. I won't. Like I'll talk about what I think in a private chat with you guys, but I'm not putting my thoughts out there on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to keep it YT friendly.
You know, so. But my heart goes out to her. I hope that someday she does find the right path that she needs to be on, and I hope she gets on that path and.
She's got to accept the son's choices that he made for a girlfriend. You know, like what's happened. Like I'm sure. Now there's two children out. There's two children out there that'll never know what it's like to have a mother, because this woman had two kids. There's a mom and a dad out there who no longer now has a daughter who will have to become these parents' these kids' parent. You know what I mean? Like she doesn't
somebody's sister,
and she can't, and she won't. And you know what? I can't sit here and say that I wouldn't be the same way. That has got to be one of the hardest motherfucking things to want to say out loud and come to a reckoning with on yourself. That my son did this and he's to blame. I couldn't imagine doing it myself. I honestly couldn't imagine doing it myself. But
See, like we had
my son just
a
said,
memorial
I'd
for her.
expect you to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was a memorial held for her on one of the other channels that a lot of us were all, we were all YTube family friends over there. And on the day of the memorial was when Monica actually told me the proper whole story. All she ever said was that, her son took his own life. She never mentioned the rest of the story.
But who wants to question?
And I mean,
you just want to believe it because somebody who's expressing something so distraught, you wouldn't think that they'd be hiding.
Yeah, and you want to support them. And you want to, try and emotionally be there for them, kind of thing. But then they tell you the real story, and then like another lady. So once again, the lady that told you G2 about the actual real story, she started up a GoFundMe, and we've had channels praising the life of this boy, not knowing that he ended somebody else's life that same day.
Yeah. See now to be fair, because like to be fair,
to be fair,
I did do my own research too into this. Okay.
Oh
Now
I'm curious about that.
Like my first inkling that something was fucking janky was when she oh fuck, I shouldn't smoke.
He's thinking.
Sorry, I sidetracked myself. Fuck. Oh God, I almost had it.
And the other thing also about it, which isn't in the newspaper or the articles or whatever, that he done it with. Maybe I'll just tell you in back chat.
Oh. I was gonna say if you want to post your Discord server, I'll join. I've met you a few times. I'm kind of a casual user on Discord. I don't know if Aaron's on there, but he could tell the rest of.
I am. I don't. I'm still learning. I'm still after a year and a half of being on YouTube. I'm still learning how to do YouTube. So like, I got a Discord, but I don't like. It's still kind of.
He only talks to one person.
Like I got locked out of my own Discord. So I got locked out of my own Discord somehow for like 3 months. Still don't know what happened to it. Like I just go to it and the screen would come on and it say you have been blocked. I was like, access denied. I'm like,
trying to look behind my tablet. There we go. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just post my Discord screen name. If you guys want to add me, you're more than welcome to. It's in back chat.
All right. Go.
Oh, I see. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if investigators may even be listening to your streams about that. If they know, if they know, I mean, it's very common if they're investigating her, they would be monitoring her electronic equipment and stuff. So typically, if they're doing that, they just confiscate it.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why the third half. Maybe that's why the third half of my fucking maybe that's why the third half of my. I just barely thought about that. Maybe that's why the third half of my New Year's stream's gone. I can't find it either. I don't think anybody can. Yeah, I don't think anybody can.
Did you do that in 3 halves or 2 halves? Like I thought
I did it in 3 halves because that's possible. 3 halves is possible.
You did 12 hours, stopped, and then 12 hours again, and then you kept streaming after.
12 hours, and then yeah, it was like another 4 hours after that. Like the last 4 hours. Last 4 hours.
I need a nap after I stream for an hour, dude. I get tired even looking at chat and stuff.
Dude, as soon as that chat was over and I hit the fucking end stream button, dude, I was out, dude. I was fucking out, like a rock, dude. Bro, I was good now.
You were doing all the sleepy stuff that I know I do when I get tired. Like, oh, he's just rambling.
Yep. You know who held it down like a champ though? That's old lady.
Have an alcoholic drink.
That's old lady. Oh, she fucking held it down like a champ. She held it down like a champ.
Is that when you're done the 28-hour stream?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Brett, you ever
I'm
done
going
a
to get an
24-hour
alcoholic
stream?
beverage.
Brett might be AFK or something.
Yeah.
You know, Brett does have a community. Like, I haven't watched too much of his channels, but like I noticed like that it can't just be all trolls, but like when he goes live, he gets 50 to 100 people, which is really impressive because
Oh
I've
wow.
seen people that
Depends
don't
on the
even have,
day.
yeah.
Yeah, some days it's, if I'm at a fireside chat, it could be 30 people. If I'm talking about a hot topic with a bunch of people, and it could be 120 people. Like, it's all hit and miss. Depends on what the topic is.
Oh God, I've never had
Who's
30
present.
people.
I was
I'm not
the
that
most I
popular
ever
yet.
had was 27. Most that I ever had was 27,
I think the most
and
Robbie
that's when
ever
I was
had
giving
was
out an
today.
apology to somebody here on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
The public
You've already
apology
had an
everyone wants to hear.
apology video. I mean, isn't that's like a cycle, right? With YouTubers, as you get bigger, you end up having to do like,
Oh,
okay, I just want to address
no.
my
Okay,
community.
so
I'm
check it out.
sorry for that thing that I did that was shitty, and I'm sorry. Like everybody,
Okay,
all the professional YouTubers, you must be getting big, man. That's what's happening.
okay. Now check it. Now, okay,
I'm
check it out. Okay,
Indigenous.
now,
I'm
now
Australian
I'm glad you
Indigenous.
said that. I'm glad you said that, Jeff. I'm glad you said that because you guys need to go watch a video. It's only like 27 minutes long, and it's literally called "I Apologize."
I assume it's in your
It
channel,
says
so I
I
can
apologize. It
search.
says you guys would be like,
Oh
"Okay,
God,
I
what's
get
it
it.
in
I get
relation
it.
to?
I get it." Yeah,
Okay.
it's in relation to somebody wanting to come after me and say a bunch of shit about me. So you know what? We can just watch it if you want sometime.
I mean,
Oh, an apology to you. An actual apology to you, not someone's random, like funny, haha, watch this apology. It was actually an apology to you.
Well, no, it's a serious. It's serious. It's serious. I mean, I mean every fucking word I say in that video. I mean it. I am really like I really I feel like I feel bad. Like I really apologize to her.
Show us 5 minutes.
Huh?
Show us 5 minutes and tantalize our taste buds. Give us a drip feed of what's to come.
So the title is
Okay.
just "I apologize." I don't see it.
Yeah.
Where's the link?
Okay, it's here. I'll put like it's called. It's like it's the name of it's like Nicolina 777. I need to apologize, something like that. Just type that in there. You'll find it.
How long ago was it?
I'm not seeing it.
It was about a year ago almost now. About a year ago.
Delay. Apologies to all of you. Getting them back on track. I'm sorry. I did not forget. I'm sorry, everyone, but I have an announcement to
Further
make.
back. Further back.
Sorry, I'm running late. And then FBI Friday. And it only lets me. They're not in like
My
relevant order. They're not in chronological order.
All right, my shirt.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Is it just tied? It's Nicola 777. I need to apologize. That one. All right.
Yep. There you go. There you go.
Do you want me to
There you go.
present it? I can
Go ahead.
present
Go
it
ahead.
in StreamYard. Let me see if it lets me here.
I'm not at
Bring
home.
us up.
I'm not at home. Just play it. Just play it. We don't need. It's just my face. It's just my face. I mean, there's nothing really, visually awesome about it. But it's more the verbalism. It's more the verbalization that gets put across as the important thing.
All right, we are
Really.
playing. Should I speed it up?
You can if you want. It's my own video. I can't get struck for playing my own video.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you'd be a
Go
weird.
1.5.
That'd be like a weird, shitty thing to do to yourself.
Yeah.
Fuck myself. I'm using my own work.
Yeah. You can go ahead. You can go. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, it won't. Yeah, it won't. It's not playing on the StreamYard. Oh fuck. Let me just play it anyway. Are you rapping?
No, that song's sentimentage.
Oh, okay. I thought that was you like singing for a second. Like, what the fuck? Hey,
I
you
thought
are
you were going to let us all see it, Jeff. Is there a link for it so I can watch it later?
I can post it for you in the back chat.
Yep.
There you go.
If I decide to do that, I didn't set up StreamYard, so we'll see. Actually, I probably won't do that. So, I was told the other day that Newman 777 said that he feels like I need to apologize to her. So that is what I'm here to do. Is apologize. These are the things right here. I'm gonna play. I'll probably get structured, but it is what it is. It don't really matter at this point in time. But
Rebel.
here's what was said.
Gonna get struck. It's like, yeah, the copyright rules are so weird. They don't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's what she did. If you use that here, can you put a, no, since it's about anything, like, can you put a 777 in the chat? So you can hear me good? So you hear me fine? So, Sister Darlene, how are you?
But Frank, a 3-word sentence could be a paragraph.
Did you guys want me to mute this so that you guys can have your, or are you able to hear it?
I can hear it.
I can't hear it well. I can't hear it well.
Okay. Well, I'll just mute it.
I'll mute it 14th of February.
I mean, I can mute me between talking, so.
Anyway, GT, get us back on track without the MMIW topic.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
A couple of requests.
Yeah.
See, you pulled us up before, and then you got
there you go. I get off track way too easy sometimes.
Hey, we're all here to hold each
anyway,
other accountable and help each other, right? So.
Yep, exactly. So thank you for getting me back on track. So on the 14th, if you guys, anybody who can, whether you use a post or an email to somebody or whatever, I know I'm going to be at my courthouse on the 14th for an hour or two at least, and I'll be out there with my red hand that I'm going to make myself and, raise some awareness, get people's attention. We can't, sitting around doing nothing and not doing anything about it. It's not changing anything, And if something needs changed, it's this and the laws with pedophilia. You know what I mean? It really does. Like those things are like top priorities to me right now. Really.
This line from my truck sometimes. Got the orange hand over the Canadian flag. I know it's not the red hand, but it's the orange hand.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit better. You got the light on now, easy to see. Is that the icon?
This is the Canadian flag with an orange hand because I put an orange heart into chat earlier, which the orange has a big indigenous meaning here as well.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of the orange hands to go over a lot of stuff here, and this is all the children on it. This is a flag I have that I fly in the truck sometimes.
That's a cool flag.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm an American, but I'd still fly it, bro.
The indigenous flag for my avatar. I had that as a YouTube channel picture for quite a while. Now it's copied. Lots of other people are copying. Usually they're troll channels, but at least they're copying it. The indigenous symbolism is out there.
Well, that's it. They're promoting it and sending it around.
Yep, they're promoting it and don't even realize it. That's the great thing about it. You know what I mean? Hey, negative promotion is good promotion, to me anyway. You know what I mean? So, anytime we can get anybody to turn their head.
Yeah, that's saying that.
And you know what, Brett? I wouldn't have met you if not for the trolls. So that's the negative promotion. Sometimes can be good, right?
I've gotten that lots before actually. Like Jeff, like you saw in Robbie's chat earlier, you saw seashells. And seashells is the same way. She's like, I wouldn't have found you without these trolls doing these pieces on you.
I think seashells, and just like everybody, she makes her own decisions, right?
They give you the exposure,
the same path Robbie is, because me and her were friends, and they started going at me in that channel seemingly all at the same time. It was so fucking weird. Like one day, like I said something about Alex Jones getting back on X, and they're all like, "Fuck you,
Okay,
you
okay, okay, okay.
retard,
Sorry, I
go back
wasn't
to
trying to
fucking."
derail it. I
Yeah,
wasn't trying to derail it. Missing
sorry.
and murdered Indigenous women.
It was my fault. It was my fault. It was my fault. I'm so
Sorry, my bad.
That's good. I apologize. But I was kind of watching
Excuse
I
me.
was watching your apology video. To be honest, I don't really know what's going on.
Hey, speaking, I've had to do apology videos before too. It's, you know, we can all get caught up in crap and we get sucked into crap, and you know, I've been the first to admit, you know, a year and a few months ago, I was not in a good headspace, and I call that the dark times, and a lot of people still hold those dark times against me, right? And you know, I try and do better every day, and I've apologized for my mistakes and tried to do better, and tried not to commit those errors again, because corrective behavior is words are like, an apology is just words. Like, you need to see like corrective measures being taken in order for an apology to actually have weight, right? So
That's absolutely true. That's a good way to look at it.
been trying to do
that's the
that,
only way.
and
That's
I
the
have
only way
a
to look at it.
great woman, so it's, you know, try and move forward. But I think we
You
do
know,
all get, you know, in regards to the apology video, like, it's not going to take long, and especially a lot of the bad actors, let's call them. You know, there's yeah, I was talking about this on another stream earlier, where there are people like literally put in place to go against a lot of the messages that we talk about and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
They want to see the spiraling chaos because they're trying to sow division, and it's just
That's
hard
what
to remember
sells.
that
That's what
sometimes,
sells.
especially when you get sucked in.
Yeah, I told
That's what
you.
sells. That's what makes it popular.
Man, well, I can't really. I don't want to say too much, but I had a Twitter account with over 100,000 followers, and I got zapped overnight.
Yeah.
All over the Kyle Rittenhouse shit. Yeah, because they brought my Twitter account up on screen, and on day 6 of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and Gage Grosskreutz was arguing with randos online about the case, and I was calling him a fucking coward and shit, and then he posted on there, wait until you hear about the weapons malfunction, and there was no weapons malfunction. His gun never jammed, he never cleared it, he never pulled back on the charger handle or anything. When he was knocked down on that ground, the Gage actually, there's a still photo where Gage Grosskreutz had his arms up, and he had a pistol, he had a Glock in his right
Okay,
hand.
so MMIW. Sorry, so MMIW.
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a funny story, but another time.
Thursday night we can talk about whatever the fuck we want on Thursday night.
I got you, man.
So, but that's what I'm going to be doing the 14th, as well as getting my wife some roses and spending the day with my wife. That's what I'm going to be doing on the 14th. So, MMIW Awareness Day.
I will make sure to do a community post and send some love out to you, man. And
I'm sure the MMIW community would appreciate that, bro.
And I should do myself some good. Do you have maybe a documentary or two that you can throw my way or post in the channel? That might help raise awareness than anything else.
Yeah, I can send you some. Sure.
Fucking A. Or even
sure,
just
I'll
drop
send it
them in the channel, because you may have people just passing through that aren't really engaged in the community or anything, that just want to know what's up.
Yeah. I'm not at home, but I will. Wendy, if you find any, you can post some if you would. I was gonna get on my other phone. I was gonna get on my other phone. I was gonna get on my other phone and make you a moderator, but I'll have to do that when my phone charges. So, as long as you want to be a moderator, I'll make you a moderator, Wendy. So.
I'll go power crazy.
No, I'm not crazy. Well, I am crazy, but that's not,
Oh, you said I might get power.
Oh no, there's you go.
Yeah,
Nobody
like
gets power.
power crazy
really
with
weird.
the moderator power.
Yeah, no, you won't. I got faith in you. You won't. I got faith you won't.
We got the stalkers in chat, man. I haven't even paid attention to it.
I dropped something in chat. Look up the Highway of Tears. If you look up Highway of Tears, you'll definitely 100% get search results. It's
Yep.
You know, and
You will.
also
Absolutely.
residential schools is another one in Canada.
Yep. I've seen a
I've
lot of
actually
those.
heard the expression "highway of tears" over here in Australia, just because I watch a lot of true crime stuff.
Yeah.
If you watch it and you don't shed a couple of tears, man, there's something wrong with you. That's for sure. I've watched quite a few of those documentaries about the highway tears, and it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand how this problem is so bad and people don't know about it. Like that's what draws me more to the missing and indigenous women is why don't people know about this? Why the fuck don't people know about this, man? Like, I just started learning about this like 6 months ago, 8 months ago. You know what I mean?
And that's
Why?
another thing that really struck me with your video that you played earlier. For all you people in chat, if you'd like to like rewind the stream and get caught up a little bit, that'd be great. Maybe idea, because the video that you played earlier, man, oh man, it was so heartbreaking. Like, all I could sit there
That
and
was
think about was just
that
like,
was starting to
it
cut me.
seems like it's some kind of, excuse the language, but it seems like it's some kind of fucking pastime for like people to go get drunk and kill indigenous women. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, with just no, don't tell anybody, play it down, like it's no big deal. Like, no, like it's not okay. Definitely not okay. Like
one thing I'm sure that a couple of you do know. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. I get all
I
giddy.
was just saying, it's just remarkable the indifference that people show. I agree 100% with what you were saying.
Yeah,
it's sickening.
Like something like there's like 5,000. There was 5,600 and something cases, like right around 5,700 cases, maybe a little over 5,700 cases reported in 2021. I think it's 2021 or 20, somewhere right around there, and only 127 of them were ever even looked into by the police departments. What the fuck? What the fuck?
And is that where is that one this morning that said only 3 of them have ever been solved?
Yeah, only 3 of them. Yep.
So Highway of Tears is a 719 kilometre or 447 mile corridor of Highway 16 between Prince George and Prince Rupert in British Columbia, Canada, which has been the location of crimes against many missing and murdered Indigenous women beginning in 1970. Well, I'm sure it was before 1970, they just didn't start recording it then. The phrase was coined during a vigil held in Terrace, British Columbia in 1998 by Florence Naziel, who was thinking of the victims' families crying over their loved ones. There are disproportionately high number of Indigenous women on the list of victims. Proposed explanation for the years-long endurance of crimes and the limited progress in identifying the culprits include poverty, drug abuse, widespread domestic violence, disconnection with traditional culture, and disruption of the family unit through the foster care system. These are reasons why they don't get chased up.
Okay, there's something else that plays there. I was for anybody, because you said the locations, I was raised in Prince George, British Columbia. So another thing that is between Prince George and Prince Rupert is a lot of Indigenous land. They have a lot of reservation land between there. And what will happen is they were thinking a lot of the times is that the women or woman or the woman would go out and hitchhike and get picked up. And that was kind of a thing that how they ended up hitchhiking, whether they were drunk or, got into a domestic dispute, whatever it may be. There's a kind of strong case that a lot of them were hitchhiking. And since that's, been raised as a red flag, it's gone down, but there's still that takes place and occurs. So that's.
But it shouldn't matter if they were hitchhiking. It's still not an excuse for someone to be murdered and then not have their murder chased up.
Anything? No, there's. Yeah,
no, I know that, but I'm just adding to why they don't bother looking into them as much.
Yeah,
Oh, they'll
it's
probably
yeah,
hitchhiking. They could be anywhere.
demonization for sure. Yeah, like
Yeah,
they matter as much as you or me or anybody else matters. Like
yep,
it's
yep.
100%.
Because regardless of what that missing and or murdered lady's lifestyles were, there's still family that want to know where the fuck she is. You know, what happened? Is she alive? Did she really go somewhere else and start a new life? Like, where is she? And yeah, the powers that be just couldn't be bothered wasting the resources, which isn't a waste of resources. It's what their job's meant to be.
Well, and it's funny how
The thing
like
that gets me
okay,
is
so for
all
you,
these
it's
government
actually a
funding for
great
all these
example.
programs.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say it's a great example because I said for people in chat to look that up, and Wendy did, and she read that, and like I'm not sure how deep you dove into it, but like one of the probably main things that came up basically demonized the women that were the victims.
Yeah,
And they were
yeah.
all drug addicts and drunks and domestic violence,
Poverty,
and
drug addicts, domestic violence,
like, so it's
lost connection with
portrayed
their
like,
culture.
oh, it's almost set up so
they're a
that people
foster
are like
care
they'll
kid.
dismiss them, right? Like
Yeah,
it's really
yeah.
that's even more sad. That's societal
Yes.
mind frame and mindset is ugh.
I mean,
More
there's
think
actually
about it, the
nothing
more upset
positive
and pissed
about
off I'm
that
getting, so
saying,
I'm
you
gonna
know,
mute.
and yeah, no, I'm with you, and we're totally on topic of what the topic is too. So don't mute, speak up, and yeah, like as well as all the potential possibilities of the drug abuse and all that sort of stuff, they're also somebody's child, you know, grandchild, mother, sister. So, it, yeah. And automatically, like you're saying, Brett, they will automatically want to put a stigma on that missing person as to more or less without actually saying the words that, oh, well, it's their fault anyway. That's the way in my opinion, I perceive that. Oh, well, this type of this person, we don't really need to put in too many resources.
Well, keeping in mind too that it kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier with the RCMP, our Royal Canadian Mounted Police, were literally initiated as a form of Indigenous population control. Like, so I mean, it's part of their founding. Like my buddy just said, like it's institutionalized into like the building blocks and pillars of the society that this anti-Indigenous mindset. It's institutionalized, like generational racism. Like Wendy, you were talking about generational racism.
I was
earlier,
just about to say that.
Yeah,
but I was just about to say that because I mean it's the
100%.
same thing in Australia. You know, we've got our Australian Indigenous, and racism is just literally bred in. So my brother used to go out with this lady years ago, and she was a single mom, had a young girl, and I don't know if you heard before, I was actually adopted into a Snow White family, and my brother's girlfriend. Like she'd heard me brother talk about me, but my brother never said, you know, like she's caramel or she's black. You know, like Dad adopted an Aboriginal girl. And then apparently, frigging me brother was babysitting this girl while the mum was at work one time, or just staying home with the child. She was like about 5 or 6 years old, and there was one of those like feed the children commercials and. All the poor little starving African black kids and stuff kind of ad come on TV. And my brother said this little girl turned around going, I wouldn't give those black bastards nothing. And my brother just said his mouth just dropped because they never actually knew that he had a dark sister that was adopted, because it's not really a conversation you do. You don't really go, oh, my sister's not white. Yeah, and apparently him and the girlfriend wound up splitting up not long after that because he never realised how racist she was. And that child, so the moral of the story is that 6-year-old child had already obviously been listening how her mother spoke for 6 years. And as soon as like World Wildlife Feed the Children ad comes on TV with all the poor little African kids, this little 6-year-olds already blurting out racist slurs. And that's why I say the hereditary stuff as well as also, maybe someone's experience getting beaten up by whatever race bunch of kids at the time. But yeah, definitely instilled almost disgustingly a family tradition to hate, be racist. Everyone's gone quiet. Don't leave me here on my own.
I was just making a
I was just
comment
listening.
in chat there.
I'm just listening.
No, yeah,
You guys got good shit to say. Like
definitely.
people don't I asked the question over again. Like if it's becoming institutionalized, if it's becoming institutionalized, like I said, why do so many people not know about it? Why are there's government agencies that have been set up to raise awareness about this issue, getting millions upon millions of dollars a year funneled to them? Where's the awareness at? Where's the fucking awareness?
Well, not only that.
That's what I want to know.
Not only that, like even the media would rather show you some news footage on TV about little old lady Smith who, she had to come and get the fire brigade to come and rescue her kitty out of the tree. And that's a news item these days. It's like, well, hang on. Isn't there more shit going on in the world than Mrs. Smith's friggin' cat getting saved out of the tree? Really? The news, the media is also the problem why it's not getting put out there as much. But then you've got people on the higher echelon of the media that go, well, no, that's not important. We want this kind of business. We want happy news stories, or we want to see cats getting saved by, the fire brigade. Yeah, the media also needs to take some responsibility in the shit that they feed us all.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, in my mind, the media is just here to provide the narratives that we're all expected to believe without thought or question. They're here to not inform us. They're here to tell us our opinion, essentially. So
they're here to program us.
They're here to do our thinking for us and form our
programmers. Yes, programmers. That's exactly right.
Yeah. So
there's actually a movie with I think there's a good movie with Tim Robbins and I think Dennis Quaid. I think it's called Arlington Drive or something, where and it was actually one of these movies that you hardly ever see where the bad guy gets away with it. And at the end of the story, the media just tells you on TV that the terrorist is being caught, everything's all okay, you can leave your houses again. Whereas at the actual end of the movie, the bad guy got away. They showed you that in the movie. And to me, it just proved how if the media tells you everything's okay because we've caught the person, everyone just instantly pretty well goes, oh, thank goodness for that. So the media, that's why I say the media does have a lot of control over what we think, do, right down to, and the media is also right down to your commercials, your advertising. I hate all that crap. I literally detest that. I only watch one news channel over here in Australia, and that's because it's not owned by any single enmity or anything like that. It's owned by the people. They get some great content on there.
See, and I try and I try and pay attention to the mainstream media, and just so I can know what they're saying, and also pay attention.
But the mainstream media is the one that's going to be actually feeding you. In my opinion, the mainstream media is the one that's going to be feeding you the shit. You need to almost go to underground media.
But we need to know what the information is they're saying to everybody, right? Because I followed mainstream media channels for years on social media just to go into the comments and the chats and stuff to contradict the narratives that they kept trying to push out, right? So, but you have to follow I follow mainstream media, not mainstream media, obscure stuff. You got to get a whole gamut of and wide variety in array just to try and hack and slash your way through the bullshit to maybe find some truth in the middle. Maybe, if you're lucky. Like it's very hard work to be informed, which is why most people aren't. Bottom line, it's actually hard to be informed. You have to put a lot of effort into staying like informed. Propaganda and
but not only that, you
misinformation
need
can
to
take you so quick. Like
misinformation. That's right. That's correct. And which leads me into what I was going to say as well. Anyway, like when I hear about stuff, I don't normally, because I do a lot of my research on the internet, that sort of stuff. But I don't just go into one channel or one news item to see what they've written. I'll actually go to a few different news areas just to see if A, the story's all the same, B, if it's not all the same, what's different and why, which will then lead me to research more. We can't just rely on one channel and think that they're being honest to us.
And when I put into the chat to look up the highway of tears, and you, as somebody that doesn't necessarily believe mainstream media or has a lot of faith in a lot of what they're told, for you to decide to speak on the article that you came across, which basically demonized the Indigenous women, calling them all like drug addict drunks, whatever, like that should be a red flag indicator for all of us.
Yes, and not so much demonized, but didn't have anything positive. And if you wanted to try and read into it, it's almost like putting a negative spin on why that person went missing or why something happened to them.
Yeah,
if they're missing at all. If they're missing at all, if they haven't gone and floated off into the bush to be on a drug,
so don't care about
drug crazed friggin'
yeah. It was definitely
there's nothing actually positive written there. Everything like the whole sentence.
That should again raise like a red flag with all of us.
Yep. Proposed explanation for the years-long endurance of crimes and limited progress. Limited progress. In other words, couldn't be fucking bothered. And identifying culprits include poverty, drug abuse, widespread domestic violence, disconnection with traditional culture, and disruption of the family unit through the foster care system, and Canadian Indian residential school system. It's almost like they're blaming any potential negative, not putting any positives, going like she was, some of these ladies are quite well-to-do women who kept everything, like there's nothing nice that they even write. It's just, let's just pick all the bad bits of humans.
All demonization. Like all demonization, victim blaming, essentially. Like and that's and again, I super want to point out, based on your own words that you said, where you're like, you have a lot of doubt, let's say, in the media that you read. And the fact that the article that you decided to choose to read says that's a huge. Think about all the other mainstream media shit. Think of all the other stuff out there.
Wikipedia.
You're definitely getting the negative connotations, right? So it's probably why getting back to some of the other points about why there's not more caring and more focus and more attention and more uproar and outrage. It's probably because of shit like that. People look into it and they read shit like that and they're like, oh yeah, whatever. Like their kids' soccer practice is more important in their mind, right? Because of when they read shit like that, like it's sad. Like it really is sad. That's my opinion.
What's trend? Is trend some kind of steroid or something? Trenbolone, okay. I'll try. Obviously, I don't take it because I've got to Google this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is either. So
I'm guessing it's because I've got a friggin' shockingly deep voice and people have friggin' said friggin' disgusting shit like, are you transitioning? Are you doing this? Like, what the fuck?
No. Well, I'm sure whatever.
I'm a girl.
I'm sure it's
I've
because they know you can kick their ass.
There you go, steroids.
I'm sure it's because they know you can kick their ass.
To increase muscle growth to increase muscle growth. Obviously, that's not working. And I probably still kick their ass anyway. And to increase muscle growth and appetite. Sounds like I probably need it.
What is this thing? Maybe I should look into it.
Skinny person like me, I could do with some muscle growth and appetite.
That's funny.
Deepens the voice as well. No, for me it's probably been because I've done a lot of yelling out in paddocks. I sing like a rock star. Well, maybe not the star part. Play music, sing, smoke filthy cigarettes, yell at cows.
That's my people. It's my people.
Well, actually, it's generally I've yelled at
cigarettes,
sheep.
yell at cows. That's my people.
It's funny because someone actually mentioned to me one other time going, "Are you transitioning?" I'm like, "What do you fucking mean?" Like, if I was, man, I would friggin' buy myself a decent set of boobs instead of these friggin' breastfeeding friggin' sacks of fucking skin I've got left on my chest. True. Like, if you were transitioning, you'd go and buy a good set of boobs, wouldn't you? I'd get the stretch marks removed and I'd get something perky.
There'd likely be hormones involved. Yeah, there'd be lots of things.
Well, you know how to make a hormone, don't you?
Yeah, man.
Kick her in the.
I was regretting it as soon as it left my mouth. I was like, I shouldn't have said that. But yeah, I mean, I literally.
What's the other one? The other one to make a hormone is you don't pay up.
I could probably drive like a half a kilometer to a kilometer and be swearing at cows. So
yeah, and like where there's cows, there's also working dogs you're going to be yelling at. Yeah, get the fuck out of here!
Yeah, see,
I've even got a really good whip I can crack. Except I've got to make another cracker for me whip. Because when I was fucking around with it there friggin' a few weeks ago, I flicked the cracker and that last little bit of leather right on the end of the whip. That's cool. I can make a cracker.
Forgive me if I just might have a little leeway for a second. Because some of the people in chat, I see some comments disappearing. And there's a number of these people that are commenting that are like college educated and, university educated and hold degrees and, et cetera, et cetera. And what does it say that, us up here that like smoke cigs and go and swear at cows and et cetera, we give a shit about missing and murdered women more than you. And you're up here giving us a hard time about it instead of going out and fucking doing something and helping. Go fuck yourselves. Sorry.
Or picking on people's sound of their voice and asking if they're taking a certain drug to make them sound sexy. But hey, thanks for giving me the heads up on the Trembolone because that sounds exciting. Muscles and an appetite.
Yeah. Thanks for that. You people that all act like you're all educated and so much better and so much more knowing and knowledgeable and et cetera, you don't even have the conversations, let alone do fucking anything. So carry on.
Anyway, don't feed into them anyway, Brett, because chances are they'll have narcissistic traits and narcissists love to be spoken about, whether it be good or bad comments, because their names are on the tip of
why
our
I didn't
tongues.
single out any names and just gave a blanket statement. Just yeah, I know she's doing great. She's doing great, Miss Frosty. Thanks to the mod. Shout out. Super glad I gave a heads up. But it is true though. Like there's not enough people doing enough things, and the ones that do seem to try and say anything or do anything or bring any attention or awareness, like I was having another conversation.
We'll be treated like we're uneducated fucks. And we're not uneducated fucks. We give a shit about everybody fucks. Even you overeducated assholes, if you went missing and nobody cared about you going missing, you overeducated pieces of shit, we would still give a shit. That's when you'll be glad that we're speaking up. Oh my God, do you remember blah blah that was in chat and was a horrible troll? They've gone missing. And most people go, fuck man, that's no good. Where were they last heard of? Yeah, we'll be good people then when we're trying to put the friggin' word out you're missing. Oh, Ricky Lake your ass. Jerry Springer your ass. Yeah, but no, it's look, I suppose in some sense the educated people are kind of too busy, not to sound horribly, it's just once again that training and mindset, they're too busy out making the money, building the kingdom, making their little safe little circle, or where they think they're going to be safe, because no one's really safe. Shit. People get bloody killed in their own houses these days.
Or driving down the street
I suppose some educated
teenagers.
people. Yeah. Oh.
That
well,
was
like I say, it was only 2 days ago.
I heard. I saw.
Literally.
The grandma that was killed.
Literally
by the
an hour away.
On her vehicle.
Hour and a half away from Aunt Amy.
Ridiculous.
4 friggin' teenagers stabbing her to death in front of her 6-year-old grandchild because they wanted her car.
That's some screwed up shit. And honestly,
well, it is. And the bad thing about that too is they're like really like black African people. I didn't want to point that out because it means it doesn't matter what color they were. But what I'm saying is there'll be other people in the world going, oh, yeah, that's because those friggin' N people done that, rah, rah, rah. And it's like, well, it doesn't matter what color they were. They're just teenagers. Like, what the fuck are they thinking?
It'll
do that to a grandmother.
The media is going to use whatever can be used to divide people, whether it's race or religion or gender or whatever the heck it may be, will definitely be highly
citizen
exploited.
Class and
highly exploited, right? Like, so they want us divided and not agreeing and fighting amongst each other while they just sail agenda through after agenda through because none of us are freaking paying any attention and holding anybody to accountability. Right?
Because instead of getting the whole population, which should be happening with the murdered or missing Indigenous ladies, instead of getting the whole population going, well, why the fuck isn't anyone doing about this? They're too busy creating that divide and that segregation and having them argue amongst each other on why these people went missing instead of getting together to find these people that have gone missing.
Definitely can apprehend the people responsible. But it's what I was alluding to there is, you know, I can't remember the person's name off the top of my head that has the quote, but when a flower does not bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower.
Yes.
And we have this very toxic society being built around us on purpose, specifically to poison us and divide us and make each other hate each other. And like, they want us at war with each other in the streets over food, over a pair of Nikes, over a car, seeing grandmothers get killed in front of their granddaughters for a freaking Buick or whatever it may be. Like, they want all that because then all the other people sitting inside huddling in their houses are going to call them up or shout and demand, we need martial law. That's the only way to solve this is we need martial law. And you will now have a police state and the people will have demanded it because of a toxic society being built around us on purpose. It's just, it's a matter of when, not if, in my mind.
Well, because I think people have gotten way too selfish. Well, I don't think people have gotten way too selfish. I factually think people have gotten way too selfish, where all they care about is what's going on in their little circle. They don't want to meet any strangers. They don't want to meet any new friends. Everything outside the danger. You just got to make your little area safe. And also the person that said that expression, when a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower, was Alexander Den Hager.
Yes,
If I pronounced that last name right.
Yep. Hegel, probably, but yeah. Yes. Thank you for being on that.
Oh, I always like to expand my brain. Because now I know what trenbolone is for. Or trembolone, sorry.
Yeah, see, I like you. You're like me. If I want to know something, I'll learn about it my own damn self. I can look it up, learn about it, study it, take information in, whether I accept it or not. If I could dispute it, I will, look up something out. Like, you
Literally
learn.
do my own evaluation.
Yep, exactly. 100% shout out, and I appreciate and respect that. Definitely.
We've got to get together and go yell at some cows together one day, Brett.
I could probably do that. I'm not far away from cows. I'm not tonight because I've been drinking. I've had a couple.
I don't know why I keep saying cows. I've actually, I've predominantly done sheep.
I'm not driving anywhere.
Although I did help drive. I'm over in Australia, a bit far away. But I remember I helped draft out these potties one time. Well, like taking the babies off the mum for those playing at home. And we're drafting these mums and the potties apart. And you know what little potties are like, you're trying to separate them from their mum in the yards and everything like that. And of course they want to go back to their mum. Depending on how many you've already got in the potty yard. Well, there's one little potty, man. And I mean, they're reasonable sized potties. I mean, they're big enough to be taken off the boob, but still small enough. You sort of think, oh, what can you do to me? Man, I had one just friggin' T-boned me one day trying to run through the gate, and it friggin' launched me back, and I smacked my head on the metal rails of the gate, and I had the birds flying around my head. Like, no kidding, man. I got the stars. It's like, whoa, I feel like I'm in a friggin' Woody Woodpecker cartoon. It flew me. Because we got big drought masters and that over here.
I fucking love Aussies. Excuse me. Sorry. Forgive me. I was part of the 2022 Freedom Convoy protest here in Canada. I was an attendee at the border blockade in Alberta. And there was I ended up, however it worked out, I ended up spending quite a lot of time with Aussies in Australian channels with the whole.
Do you know a lovely YouTuber lady, and it's a name she uses on YouTube, so I'm not doxing her or nothing. Stephanie Barry, she's a big freedom fighter lady, and I'm pretty sure she went to the I was going to say last year, but the rally 2022.
Very much.
And she was saying there was one this year as well.
All too familiar with that person and what they did to me, but that's a whole other story. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. For another time. Wait till we're chasing cows and having a drink.
And yeah, the Aussie, I love spending time with you. I spent Melissa's Freedom is a great one. She's an Aussie. She's the freedom fighter. She's great. A few of them. News Australia is another one. Freaking love Sideshow. Sideshow is always very informative. Very, Sideshow has worked in production for I'm not sure television or movies or whatever, but so he has some insight. He's very good. So yeah, I love the Aussies. The Aussies are freaking great. Very down to earth.
You're gonna let me stupid. Bloody oath, mate.
Hey, I had to relearn a lot of things. I had to learn what a yowie was, like a yowie, because
that's the same as your Sasquatch. That's just like your Sasquatch.
We didn't know that, right? It's like I had to relearn some language. Like the Aussie slang is very different.
Yeah, and so not only our slang, but just our normal lingo. So Aunt Amy, she's a Ausmerican now. She's married an Australian fella and only lives a few hours away from me. And even things like we call the kitchen countertop, we just call it a bench. Like go and chuck it on the bench, and that just means go and put it on the kitchen counter.
All right.
And apparently, yeah, that's not an expression. The boot, like we
On
put
this side
our
of the
spare
water,
tire in the
benches mean
boot,
a whole other
whereas
thing.
you
Lots
over
of
there
things.
well, you just put your spare tire in the trunk, whereas we put it in the boot.
Yeah.
Chuck her in the boot.
A ute.
A ute, yeah, you just call them a truck, and it's like there's nothing truck about that. It's a ute. Utility. Hang on, I was going to let one of my dogs out and get a drink. Keep them amused, Brett.
No worries. Yeah, the lingo's different, but it's a lot of fun. And honestly, in a lot of the Aussie channels, Auditing Australia, another great one. I like Shane. Sorry, I'm just shouting people out on Get to Know's channel. I'm sorry. They're not bad people. I swear, I would never shout out people that are bad people. I try not to do that. Yeah, the lingo is very different, but they were all very helpful with, if you ever had a question like, what does that mean? Everybody would tell you, and they're no problem. So it is very interesting. I loved the time that I spent with Aussies. I would never trade it for anything.
Where's our host with the most gone?
I know. I was wondering that too. I'm like shouting out a couple
I've
channels
wondered a
on the
few
channel. Like,
times.
oh wait, like it's not like I have permission to do this. Like, sorry. Shoot. Mind my manners, mind my place.
Well, I guess
that's disrespectful.
I guess it's our show then. So just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, 14th of February, Valentine's Day, is one of the big awareness days. GTK was saying it can go down with little icon, which I think that's kind of one of the icons behind me. If you can do it on a photocopy paper and go down to the courthouse, I think he said, was it? Or maybe just stick one up on the inside of the car, on the inside window. Get the conversation happening.
Sorry.
You shouldn't have to text him, Lady O. It's his show. Has he forgotten we're here?
He might have had lost internet or connection or something. I've had that before.
Got kicked from his own stream. There we go. It's in the chat there. Just to nobody. Yeah.
I've lost connection from my own stream before and lost connection for 10 minutes. So I definitely get it.
Yeah, I've got disgusting internet out here. It's been a really big dramas issue. I'm really lucky that my actual designated co-host that I've added onto my StreamYard and stuff has had to keep my stuff going many times and letting people in the back door and whatnot because I just can't get back on the internet. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot you said you weren't home before when you started the stream. Okay, he's in transit.
Yeah, he was driving when he fell off there. So I heard him driving. I heard
when he fell off the perch.
Yeah.
Damn, I don't know if it was a wise thing leaving us here. I don't know much about you, Brett, but I think it could be a bad influence. It could be dangerous leaving both of us here alone. Unsupervised.
I'm an asshole, but
at least we got matching. We got matching color backgrounds.
We're just throwing up the red and white. Yeah, that's right on. No, I'm an asshole, but I'm openly an asshole, and I try and be a somewhat responsible asshole as best as I could be. I have my own channel, so it's I'm not going to sabotage any channels or anything like that. I'm definitely going to try not to send anybody to any places they should not go. That's for sure. So no, I'm more. I joined the panel to I joined the stream. Sorry, I joined the stream because of the missing and murdered Indigenous women.
Yep.
I told Get to Know previously when I was here. My first initial interactions. I saw some people I didn't really care for, and I was kind of rubbed wrong, but all good. Talked it out. I've been on his panel a couple times now. Mac and I, MacGyver, he was on earlier. Shout out Mac. So sorry, that really sucks. you know, MacGyver and I, we've talked for a couple years on panels. Like me and him go back a bit. So love Mac. He's a cool cat. He's a real one. He's a real one. He don't give a crap. So I mean, he cares, but he knows what's what. So no, I think it's good. Old Lady O has absolutely been on it. So shout out to her. Jeff is still with us.
Just to also stay on topic of the MMIW, how I was reading before the Highway of Tears, which was just on the Wikipedia, and was saying how it like just put a negative spin on why these ladies have gone missing, instead of, you know, putting a positive spin that they're also well-to-do people. They just got, oh no, they were drug addicts and they were this. So I'm reading, this is also still Wikipedia, but this page is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women as the page topic, whatever. And this is where they're trying to put a positive spin on the folks. Law enforcement, journalists, and activists in Indigenous communities in both US and Canada have fought to bring awareness to the connection between sex trafficking, sexual harassment, sexual assault, and women who go missing and are murdered. Law enforcement and journalists, wasn't I just speaking about how they fail? Weren't we all just been mentioning how they fail on finding these people? But then on here, that, you know, Wikipedia's putting a positive spin on, oh, but law enforcement and journalists are like trying to do everything. Obviously not. Wow. So once again, you don't know how much of this particular statement is true. From 2001 to 2015, the homicide rate for Indigenous women in Canada was almost 6 times as high as the homicide rate for other women. Even if that's part true, it's just still disgusting. In the US, Native American women are more than twice as likely to experience violence than any other demographic. Probably because the powers that be don't do stuff all that they try and get help.
I'm trying to digest that 6 times. That probably seems, I would say, maybe accurate. It might be a little low. It might be a little higher.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Even if that number's not right, it's still a shocking number. Or probably not right.
Yeah.
Wow. So you had a bad serial killer called Robert Picton in Canada. Yes, I know I pronounced it wrong. I do that deliberately. And he murdered some 49 women from the Vancouver area.
Oddly enough, I just watched
49.
the show on that the other day. Yeah, who's that's known.
I do like watching a lot of true crime stuff, but there's just so many psychos out there to watch their friggin' footage about. How do you get away with killing 49 women before you even get caught?
Pick on the vulnerable.
Yeah, they were saying that the families were claiming that Picton was able to go on the killing spree for so long because police had not taken the disappearances seriously, because most of the women were either sex women workers or Indigenous. And that's what we were talking about before, how the authorities at B get negligent because they just go, oh, well, they're just a hooker. Oh, just another black person, another caramel person, someone that's not white, someone that's not like, you know, blonde hair, blue eyes, so to speak.
No, you're 100% accurate. It's definitely, that's 100% it. It's not plastered all over the media. It's dismissed as a, you know, like you said, a sex trade worker, you know.
Yeah.
It's very
Or just
dismissive, ignored, dismissive.
someone, you know, well, for your language over there, it's just another, you know, another black person off the reservation. And for over here, for us, it'll be just like, oh, it's just another black person missing from the mission. Because we have like Indigenous missions over here in Australia, Australian Aboriginal mission land. And yeah, same thing. They don't worry about it.
No, it's very much a dismissive type of attitude, approach, and downplay. As you were reading out in the articles and in the commentary that you made, like, it's, you know, that's what anybody new to this would be looking up, right? Essentially, but just regardless of what, you know, each individual.
Yeah, but I won't.
Follow.
If I'm reading something, though, I don't believe it verbatim. I don't believe it verbatim.
Right. No,
I will
I
swap
100%.
those numbers around on what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
you swap the
I know
numbers
that,
around on
and
what you believe it is in your own
that's what I
head.
was alluding to, is regardless of one's, you know, affiliations or beliefs, whether you're whatever, religious or political or whatever, you know, you're just an everyday average citizen per se, is going to look into this and see that, right? And I will say for sure, most average people aren't going to have the wherewithal that, say, Wendy has, to dismiss some of this as like falsifying numbers, or like they're skewing the narrative, or however you want to put it. Won't have that wherewithal. They'll just see the surface, see that, be like, oh yeah, you know, whatever, kid has soccer practice. Yeah, that, you know, not to sound crass, but like, you know, they'll have like a fuck them attitude because of shit like that. Like, the portrayal of the narratives is, you know, and Wendy, you were talking about that earlier, where the media, the information that we get is like a huge source of the problem. Massive
The way
source
we
of the
think,
problem.
or not the way we think, but the way a majority of the population think is dictated by the media. Whether they choose to agree or believe with it or not, everyone, we're all subliminally fed messages all the time. I mean, even right down to you know, like presidents of the United States and that kind of crap. They're told what color clothes to wear because that makes people feel the most welcome. Even the way that someone dresses.
Ties. What color ties?
Yes.
Welcome back, sir.
Because it'll make it look like an everyday man without being too egotistical and dress like this and do that. It's all a ruse to feed into people's emotions. You know, like, let's put skinny, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but, you know, let's put like the skinniest friggin' poor little African child that we can find on TV, and then get you to throw us a whole lot of money, more money than that's what's actually needed. And we're not even going to show you where all that money goes. We're just going to drip feed you a little bit of, oh, look, we built a well. These kids are going to be drinking good water now. It's like, wow, thank fuck I sent that friggin' $200 a bloody month or whatever. Nah, because, and everyone's out to line their own pockets. No one ever gets paid enough. And if they do get paid enough for their job, they want to be paid more, start diddling in the funds. It's generally us broke people that are the honest people. The rich people want to try and just have more. Which is why the poor missing, the people that go missing, that don't have some kind of financial wealth, that's why the government doesn't count them as mattering. Because they're not someone of importance. They're not some politicians. Yeah. I bet you some politician, American Indian politician's child goes missing. They'll be all over that like white on rice because it's somebody's important child that's gone missing.
We have,
somebody of importance whose child's gone missing.
As we are told and as we know, we now have Indigenous representation in the chat, where I see Nurse D and Queenie, who both claim to be Indigenous. So
Is Queenie in chat? I didn't see her message go by.
yeah, she's in chat. She rolled her eyes. And you know, people can make it what they will. Oh boy.
Okay.
Incoming.
See, maybe.
More trolls in chat. We have Oladio is on
I've
top
been trying
of it.
to keep up on the chat.
I got it. I'll get it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Oladio is
address-
on top
I
of
just
it too.
wanted to- I just wanted to address
Yeah,
that just
Miss
so-
Frosty, Ron's even here.
Like,
Yeah, there you go. See, I shouted you out. GTK. Here you go. Sorry, man. I that's why I give
hey,
the
you're
heads
good.
up. So.
You're good. Like they'll get time down. Everybody's welcome here, that's for sure. But until you start being disrespectful, what your problem is with whoever's on my panel is what your problem is with whoever's on panel. That's not for here. It's really not for here.
I'm
And out of
everybody's
respect
favorite.
Oh, look, well, I've had some. I've had some
everybody's
great
favorite
medical
debate
advice from
If that's
someone
what
that
you're
had
here
a.
for, I would rather you just leave.
Wendy's like, hold on, I'm gonna get like appetite and muscle. Like, what is this? I need to like explore this.
That's it, appetite and muscle. Oh goodness.
Can't approach things with a sense of humor, so
I generally do. Like I've actually had a deep voice for a long time. Probably longer than I've been smoking cigarettes, if that makes sense. I remember when I was young and stupidly, like a teenager, and stupidly hitchhiking around the countryside. Amy! I used to always say that my name was John, which is my dad's name, and no one ever questioned me on it.
Mom,
Because I didn't have a squeaky girl's voice. Oh, look at your ponytails. Look at this pretty lady in her tie-dye. It's not even tie-dye Tuesday.
Well, like
yeah. GTK, were you saying earlier you had like 27
Look
as a
who it
high before?
is.
Now we got you 31.
It's my friend.
We got you trolls. See,
Oh,
trolls
you got
are pretty
31
stable.
people in chat. Woo, woo, woo.
Trolls are helping. Fuck
They
them.
do. Make sure you hit that like button.
What's up, sweetheart? The day ahead schedule. What's up, sweetheart? How are you?
Because just a bit of a head up. If anyone is trolling, if you hit the like button, you'll be sure to
I'm
get more
loving-
notifications
Thank
without
you guys. I
subscribing.
appreciate it. I really. So hey, I'll keep this going all night. Like I appreciate it. Well,
Yeah,
well,
give me some more medical
I like
advice.
it. I'm good. Good. Thanks, Nurse D, for subbing up.
Yeah, sub up. Even the trolls need to sub because then you get the notifications.
Why not?
Why not indeed?
There you go.
That's why I tried to give you the heads up in the morning. It's like I really want to
I
share.
go live Mondays, Tuesdays,
Yeah,
Thursdays,
definitely check out
Fridays,
Mondays. Everybody
sometimes Saturdays,
rewind
and
the
sometimes on
stream.
Sunday. So
Rewind. There was a really good video that played earlier. You should really check it out. 100%. Yeah. I'm here for the excuse me, sorry. Missing and murdered Indigenous women. I told Get to Know I would be here and support him for this, and I 100% am. So
okay, Frank,
definitely
that's
thumbs
your
up.
opinion of him. And even though you might share that mutual opinion, I appreciate it. But anyway, Frank said, Brett is just a disease channels we were trying to help. Well, I'm a big boy. I've been a big boy most of my life. well since I was 5 years old. I've been a big boy, so I make my own decisions. I give everybody a chance, and just like I'm giving you a chance, if you have something negative to say about anybody on my panel, you can just leave, or I'll get blocked, or I'll get you blocked. You will be blocked, and I don't care if you have 45 channels because I can block you 45 times.
Who? I have a question. I just got here. I've been in and out because it's Dan's birthday, and I was making his birthday cake.
Oh, right on.
But
Happy birthday, Dan.
Who said something about Stephanie Barry? I'm reading in the chat that somebody said Stephanie.
So Brett was just saying that he's a freedom fighter, and then I was just saying, do you know Stephanie Barry? I'm not docking it because she has a name as Stephanie Barry, and Brett's had a fallout with Stephanie somewhere along the line, and we didn't take the conversation any further. He never badmouthed her to me, and then people, there's just some clowns in chat trying to keep the trouble escalating, but Brett's just gone, no, we just had a disagreement. And I'm going, okay, sweet.
Okay.
We never, and Brett and I never brought her up again. But the people in chat just want to keep dragging and keep flogging a dead horse and see if it's going to get up and run. You know how people are cheap, and you know, people can have disagreements with people.
That answers that.
I love the way you put that.
So do I?
Where you're
did I explain
flogging
it
a dead
correctly,
horse
Brett, or
and
what?
see if it'll get up and run. That's a great expression. Flogging a dead horse and see if
that's
it
an
will get
Aussie
up and run.
expression. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, no, he's flogging a dead horse because it's not going to get up and run, is it?
Love it. Love it.
Aussie expression.
I mean, it's basically just the Aussie version of beating a dead horse.
Yeah, but it's got a little something more to it. Like I like it.
Well, yeah, that's the Aussie-ness of it. It's that little flair.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna adopt that. I'll give credit, but I'll adopt that for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I can't take all the credit. It's probably like created by Anonymous, whoever that is. Anonymous writes a lot of stuff. Has anyone ever noticed that? Written by Anonymous.
You better be careful out back when you say that, because you know what? Before you know it, you're going to be one who's down with fucking horses. Just so, I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
holy shit.
Woo-hoo. What are you saying?
You're not
I'm like
fucking wrong.
being a necrophiliac with horses now.
I'm learning who he is. And I'll do that
It's no use being. Say, will it be like it's no use being a necrophiliac with horses?
I bet that's got a name, like necrozoophilia or something.
It probably has a German name of some sort.
Yes, the subject is missing and Indigenous women, but we did lose our host with the most for a little bit while he was in transit.
I'd like to point out that while the host was missing, Wendy and I actually kept it pretty on point. Like, we talked about that most of the time.
Most of the time, well, yeah, half the time. I was reading the stuff off the internet.
I'd say most. We could let maybe Amy. Amy's been lurking. We'll let Amy decide.
What do you think, Amy?
What am I deciding?
So today's topic is murdered and missing Indigenous women, that sort of stuff. And GTK was missing for a little while because he was actually in transit in the car, because when he first started streaming, he wasn't at home. I believe he's probably now at home now. So while GTK was in transit and that sort of stuff, did Brett and I actually keep the conversation going on what the topic was? Murdered and missing Indigenous women.
Yeah, I can't confirm or deny, because as I said, I was in and out, so I'm not entirely sure. I think last time I was in here, GTK was up. So yeah, I think I just missed the whole part where he was missing.
Well, shit. I thought we did well, but I might be biased.
I'm sure you did great.
Okay, Pooh Scissors.
And I'm sure you're probably biased too.
This is the last warning right there. I'm not joking. I'll just have my mom block you the next time, or I'll block you the next comment. I'd hate to lose another person watching, but you know I will.
Well, if we're going to be open and honest, that person actually sent people to my backyard, so yeah. That's like one of my real tried and true trolls. Like they're real dedicated ones.
Well, why didn't you throw a cow at him? You got cows there, haven't you? Throw a potty car. Only because one of my favorite expressions is, if someone ever come in my house, I'm going to throw my cat at them because cats always come with the claws out.
No.
You gotta be
Yeah, catch
built
this
to
cat while
throw
I
a
make a
cow,
quick run.
Especially with a knife. Yeah, I'd never
Well,
do
a
that.
potty car, a potty.
I'll throw that motherfucker under a cow, though, for sure.
I've tipped a cow before.
Dip them in molasses and then tie them up in the yard.
Well, you know.
I've
That'd
murdered
be
a cow
funny.
before.
Because I mean, the cow's not going to actually eat them, but geez, they got rusty, rough tongues. That'd be horrible.
Hey, Wendy, let's see your background. Let's see your background now that I'm home. I can actually blow it up to see your background. Can you move your camera at all? So is it just the top here? Is that all it says? That's cool.
No, it's just the background. I need to size it up better so I can get the whole hand.
Yeah, it is. She has the full red hand. It's just the lower. It's like the pinky and then the palm that you can see. The other fingers do go up and thumb.
Yeah.
If you can like
I was just noticing. I was just noticing the indigenous woman in the middle of the hand. That's cool. That's good. That's good.
Hey, we did try to keep it on point and represent while you were absent.
No, you guys are good. I was still in chat. I was listening. I just knocked myself off panel somehow.
Take me off the big screen.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I get carried away sometimes. I'm getting there. Here, we'll put the map. What am I doing? Okay, right.
There you go.
There you go. I gotta say this. But like the other night with you and Hardy Dad on panel the other night, I had to go, but like I was having fun. That was great. Like you guys are so hospitable. You guys are awesome. I just wanted you to know that, Amy. And
we always have
my friend
fun.
says he's got a surprise coming for you. Just so you know. I don't know what it is.
I'm so excited.
I don't know what it is
so
or anything.
excited.
I don't know anything about it. So.
Well, obviously, it's something you can wear. I was reading it in the back chat. And why is it just for Amy?
I couldn't tell you.
It's because I'm caramel, isn't it? It's because I got two legs.
Oh, that's well, you know me, Mr. One Nut. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I gotta be on the side of my, you know, on my fellow amputee. You know,
the one.
A body part's a body part. If it's a missing, it's an amputee. So there you go.
Quick, Wendy, just lop something off, just real quick.
Think of all the things you can say about that right now, Wendy. You have free run to just use it however you want. You can even imply that I have no ass in there. Just blurt it out there.
I want to pass on chopping up body parts.
I'm gonna subscribe to you to get like a little bum donut pillow you can carry around.
Hey, I got one already. Don't help.
I bet you do. You'd have to.
Yeah. You seen that twerking going? You guys seen that twerking going down on fucking Harley Dad's channel the other night?
That was like you read my mind. I was just thinking about that. I was nearly going to mention how you've got to like literally get your hands on your friggin',
about
you know, whatever
ass,
that you got there.
You naughty girl.
I was thinking about how do you find that? Oh, that's all right. Luckily, he put his hands there to try and flip the some kind of cheek fat around.
You can't deny the fact that I can put on a show if I need to. Like I try to entertain. No, whoopee cushions won't work either, bud. There's nothing back there. You don't understand. There's nothing back there for the whoopee cushions to hold on to. I need an ass. A whole entire ass. I need it. I need an ass.
Can't they just like take the tailbone off you and so then you don't get that nerve twanging when you sit down? Because I do remember you saying when you sit down because your tailbone sits down on the friggin' seats and
I've
stuff.
been basically sitting. Yeah, I've been sitting on my fucking spinal cord. Yeah, I've been sitting on my spinal cord for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually amazingly retain a lot of stuff people say on the internet. I don't even still remember Amy's real name. And she drank like a couple of bottles of friggin' wine that night, so I don't know if she even remembers doxing
Wait,
herself.
Amy's real name's not Amy?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh. I was going to say, what kind of friend am I? I don't even know what your real name is.
Oh, goodness. Spilt friggin'
I suspect funny business.
Well, let there be
It is
funny
the name.
business.
It is the name that I. It's the name that I go by, but it's not on my legal documents.
Oh. Secrets, huh? Secrets, huh?
It's not my government name.
Secret.
Okay.
007 name.
Well, I was gonna say, even if we know each other in like 20 years from now, if I make it that long, like you'll always be Amped Amy to me. You'll always be Outback Wendell, and you'll always be Brett because I always think about the Hitman Hart when I hear your name. So you're just Brett the Hitman Hart to me. So there you go. I'm just saying.
Brett
Not
the
missing nobody
Hitman.
hanging out with GDK.
You got another little MMIW video short for us to watch?
Yep, I'm getting one ready here in just a couple minutes. Actually, I gotta get me something to drink and then I'll be there.
All right.
I do got another one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and get something to drink.
About 20 minutes
Go and
long.
have a tinkle.
About 20 minutes
So,
long. So
yep.
Yeah, I should
I'll actually go
I'm
load it
going
up.
to the toilet.
I'll actually go load it up first. What's that?
That's why I warned you before I shared you. I was like, okay, I'm gonna share you out, but if I do, you're gonna get trolled. I come with warning labels. I'm sorry. It's
Hey, you told me from the very beginning. And look, like we're not feeding into the shit, and I've already lost like 12 viewers. So we're doing good. We're doing good.
Yeah, I also agree. I think this has been actually very good this evening. So thank you, and yeah, thanks for having me and definitely covering this
Always.
issue. It is
Always, and just so you know, it does. Just so you know, it doesn't matter to me what you've done before I've known you. I mean, you know what I mean. You could be the world's biggest asshole, and as long as I've met you and you know what I mean, you haven't given me that impression. I don't ever let anybody else's opinions for my opinion for me about other people. I do that on my own.
I call shit out, and people really don't like being called
can't
out.
handle
And so that's basically, my channel was born out of like calling out our government, right? Because I was an attendee at the border blockade in Alberta for the Freedom Convoy of 2022 in Canada, which we've talked about before. But so my channel was basically born out of calling things out, and it was 100% brought to attention that if we're gonna call out others, we got to call out our own too. So when I've seen some bad doing and some wrongdoing amongst people that are supposedly in quotes friends, and they've wronged some people in some really wrong ways, I've called it out. And it's the old adage, if you point one finger, you're going to get three pointing back at you. So I get it, but I sleep better at night knowing that I've called out wrongdoing. I'll take 3 or 6 or 9 or 12 or 15 or 18, 21. I don't care how many fingers pointing back at me. I sleep better at night knowing I've called out wrongdoing. And if people hate me for it, well, I'd rather be hated for what I am than liked for what I'm not. So.
Right. Get it, man. I get it. I'm the same way. I'd rather, if I feel good about myself, I mean, you know what I mean? As long as I stick to what I think I need to do, and it's all that matters to me. I don't got nobody to impress but myself.
Yep, 100%, man. When I'm like laying in bed at night with the eyes closed, the only one that's there with me essentially is me, where I got to be okay with my thoughts, with my morals, my whatever. It's if I can't sleep because I know something is wrong and I'm not speaking up and saying something, it bugs me. So, and people hate it, right? Yeah. Which I get. People don't like being called out.
especially if they're popular people that a lot of people like. Then then the people really don't like it when you call others out. So I understand it, but it helps me sleep at night. So I'm not out to impress or thrill everybody. Just live my life so that I can have a good sleep at night. That's it.
Yep. I hear you.
All right, what do you got
I'm
for us?
following the women who just won't give up searching.
Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let me go back to the one is. Full screen. Vanished. America's missing Indigenous women. Unreported world. So true. So true. Oh.
Native women are vanishing.
Oh, what's that noise?
I don't know.
Native women.
What the fuck is that? I don't even have my phone in here. Oh, I do have my phone in here.
Yeah, that was your bubble moving. Myself and Amy
Yeah, it
were
was me.
muted.
I'm a dumbass.
Wendy
I'm a dumbass. It was all me.
Oh, yeah. You're up here double. Okay, got you.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, that story that he started to play, Warrior Nun. You broke that story. Have I read the chat correctly?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, I missed that.
I think the video that GT was about to play, Warrior Nun, I would assume, is about that video that was starting to play, saying that they broke that. They are the ones that helped break that story. Come up on panel. Give us a chinwag.
Aussie slang for discussion. I love chinwag. It's been like a year since I've heard that one. That's a good one.
No, I had no idea about that, Warrior Nun.
I forget there's a communication barrier with some of these people that ain't properly learnt that English stuff yet.
Yes, I would believe you.
A conversation. Chinwag.
Spending time with Aussies, I had to relearn the English language, so I can interpret.
I don't doubt that. You can translate. You can translate Australian for us. That'll be good. Because I forget that some people don't know what the friggin' hell I'm saying.
Yeah, I can definitely translate English to English. Yes.
like a counter and a bench, like I was saying earlier.
It's so funny.
That's your mom's.
Definitely want to give shout outs to everybody up here participating this evening, as well as in chat.
What you giving shirts out? Did you say you're giving a shirt out? What shirt?
Yeah.
What?
To you, to Amped
Giving out
Amy,
shirts.
to Get to Know, to Jeff, to the people that have come up and participated and actually added and contributed and participated. Yes, very good. So.
Subject. So we're going to. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to the Lore Lodge.
God damn it.
Today we're going to be talking about something that
Here we go.
has been a topic of our interest
Here we
for
go.
a long while, but it's been difficult to address properly. And we wanted to make sure that when we did so, we had the proper information, the proper platform, and a good format for the video so that it's not going to slip through the cracks and you'll really understand the gravity of what we're discussing here. And when you look into the comments,
I don't know what happened to the other video.
comments into the description of this video, might also pin a comment, but if you look at the description of the organizations dedicated to what has become known as the missing and murdered Indigenous women phenomenon. Now, you may be familiar with this phenomenon if you've been following our channel. We've mentioned it on a few occasions. The general idea here is that there is an epidemic of violence against Indigenous women in the United States and Canada. Now, the US and Canada typically use different terms for Native Americans. We often call them Native Americans, while the Canadians use the term First Nations. In both cases, the MMIW phenomenon applies. The Canadians are dealing with it, as are the Americans, and in different ways to different levels of effectiveness. We'll explain exactly why it is that this problem is so different from the typical missing persons problem, but we've got to start with the basics here, with the beginning, and part of that is acknowledging the fact that there's a bit of an ugly past between the United States federal government and the Native American peoples of this continent. While you don't hear a ton about it in primary and secondary school, there has been a pattern of revoked promises, forced migrations, and brutal war tactics against Native American tribes and nations by the US military, government, and even just civilians going out to settle. Now, I'm not going to, paint this as being a simple issue of black and white where the Americans were the bad guys and the natives were the perfect good guys. There were atrocities committed by both sides going back to basically when this country was settled. It has been a bloodbath. And of course, the United States, as the invading and conquering nation, does bear a lot of the blame. But the real issue is not that the two groups fought as brutally as they did. That's to be expected with warfare. It's the way that the government has treated the Native Americans in defeat that is truly just sad. For example, in the 1800s, you may be aware of the Trail of Tears, more formally known the Indian Removal Act, presented by Andrew Jackson as a way to prevent the annihilation of the Native Americans of the southern United States. What it was in reality, though presented as a land exchange, it was a forced migration. They took people from the 5 civilized tribes, as they referred to it. Those tribes, of course, being the Cherokee, Seminoles, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Chickasaw nations. It also, to a lesser extent, affected the Wyandot, Potawatomi, Shawnee, and Lenape peoples. And of course, while Andrew Jackson, then President of the United States, supported this Indian Removal Act, famous frontiersman Davy Crockett, then a Tennessee congressman.
I just had to pause this for a second. In Indian, I have a little bit of that's in my blood. I have Potawatomi in me. It's part of my heritage. So it's actually pronounced Potawatomi. So just saying.
Congressman opposed it. So it's important to note here that this was not in any way something that was not controversial, even at the time. Fact of the matter is, Americans at the time knew that this was wrong, but they were in many ways powerless to stop a federal government hell-bent on expanding the borders of the country. And the natives had different responses. The Cherokee decided to fight it in court, and they lost, and the Seminoles decided to actually fight it. Like, they started a war which they arguably never gave up. They never surrendered. A century later, the federal government would
I don't
try
know
to
what this has to do with
revoke
the
the
MMIW.
protections given
So,
to the Klamath tribes.
sorry, I'm not that
And
patient right now.
this is important because the government had granted them their rights and lands in perpetuity. That was the legal terminology. But the Klamath Termination Act, which passed in the 1950s, got rid of those rights. They eventually were restored.
Let's find a different one. Not that that's not important. It's just not what we're discussing here. Oh, well, I guess pick this one. Really only 30 seconds long. Oh yeah, this is the one I didn't want to play because
What does the future of strength look like?
It's got so many subscribers. See. Wasn't we watching this one right here last week? Didn't we watch the first half of this one right here last week? Gone Without a Trace, Canada's Missing Indigenous Women, Real Stories, True Crime Documentary Marathon. I don't remember.
I think I missed last week, so I can't say.
Always trying to help God taught her.
So it's 10 years on. For closure.
We would tell each other, what do you think she said? What was her last words? Did she cry for help, or did she pray? Did she shout, I love you, to anybody?
And searching for answers why their family members were taken from them. Fault lines traveled across the U.S. to look at what's behind the crisis of Indigenous women going missing and ask what more could be done to stop it.
Honey was a good person. She didn't deserve what happened to her. And I want justice for Henny.
Yes, I do. Show how to do
We
tie
come
dye
to
on here.
Kent,
I do. Yes, I
Washington,
do.
just south of Seattle. Tina Russell is showing us some of the places where she's gone to search for her niece, Alyssa.
See, we had search
Come on now.
parties through all this area over here. All these because I actually had a dream I found her body back there.
Why do you keep the flyers in the car?
I never know when I need to make copies. I'll meet somebody and talk to them about Alyssa and hand them a flyer. Sometimes it's just the beach in the park. Me and my cousins will go to the beach and just walk.
It's been just over 10. She was 21. And so you have the red dress.
Yes, so I made this red dress. I'm eventually going to put a charm. No teeth. That is the cutest picture ever, and she did not like it.
Chaotic time for the family back then. Alyssa's mother was dying.
Alyssa's mom is right here, and this is Alyssa's brother, Corey. He lives in Arizona.
We knew she wasn't going to be there much longer. And I told Alyssa, I talked to her on the phone. She's like, okay, Grandma, I'm on my way. And she, in all the years her mom was sick, she was always there. She wouldn't just go somewhere and not show up. She might be late, but she'd be there.
That was the last time Barbara or anyone from the family spoke to her. A few days later, Alyssa's mother died, and there was still no word from Alyssa.
Everything happened so fast with my sister being sick and Alyssa. It's like there were so many blurs.
We were just thrown into a turmoil.
Did any witnesses come forward?
There was a witness that said that they saw Alyssa talking to somebody in a green truck with out-of-state plates.
That was one of the only leads that turned up after Alyssa was last heard from. A witness said they saw her talking to a man in a green truck at this intersection. Another important development in the case was that the Kent police received a 911 call from Alyssa's cell phone.
The 911 is pretty haunting, actually.
Sergeant Tim Ford was one of the original detectives on Alyssa's case and heard the 911 call.
It almost sounded like she was saying, "Help me."
But the call cut, and police were unable to pinpoint a location.
It just really bothers me, especially with that 911 call. When you listen to it, and you can hear her voice, and you know that that's maybe the last time she was ever spoken. And so it bothers me that we were just never able to get any credible evidence pointing to anybody.
With no answers from authorities, the family, including Alyssa's little brother Jamar, are left wondering what happened.
That's pretty. Whose dog is that?
Mine.
Oh.
A little ankle biter.
If she's still alive or gone.
Every time they find a body, every single time there's a body found on the news, there's a pause. It's literally like you're dead for a moment because you have to wonder, is it Alyssa? I think I've called the coroner more than anybody should in a lifetime.
The family can only search, wait, and hope, including Alyssa's daughter, who was only 3 years old when she went missing.
She had this big string of beads and she would hang it on the door. So in case her mom came home, she could hear the beads rattling.
We don't know what happened, so we can't heal.
For relatives of people who go missing, finding closure is often impossible.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium federal tax
free.
And stories like Alyssa's are all too common in a high rate. 2 hours away from where Alyssa was last seen is the Yakima Nation.
We have a very horrible thing that has come to our reservation. A lot of pain and hurt has been done with our people. And our hope and our prayer is that the word is reaching those that need to put the necessary things in place to help those of you that are still looking down the road, looking for your loved ones.
My name is Roxanne White, and I'm from here, and I am Yakima, and I'm Nez Perce, and I'm what you call the main organizer of this event, but I'm more than an organizer. I'm a survivor, I'm a family member. Today, this is about our community, our families, our loved ones.
People are meeting here to raise money for the search efforts of Rosunda Strong, a 31-year-old mother of 4 who went missing in October.
She's been missing since then. She'd never leave home without telling us. But I'm going to be her voice until I find her.
Across the country, Indigenous communities have been trying to draw attention to cases like Rosunda's.
We do find I'm not going to give up on anybody else either that's here on the Yakima Reservation and still missing somebody.
But advocates and family members have started to raise awareness about the high rates of violence that disproportionately impact Indigenous communities. Part of the problem is that government agencies don't have comprehensive data on how many people in the U.S. are missing.
We can't solve problems we don't track. We can't prevent violence that we don't bother to pay attention to.
Anita Lucchese is a doctoral student who has built a database to keep track of
And what did she just say right there? It's hard to, if this problem isn't being tracked. Who knows how many missing Indigenous women there are? We can only begin to imagine. That's why, like, I come back to my original question, the first question I asked tonight, like, why are all these people going missing, yet nobody really knows about it? Yeah, there's a few of us that, why isn't this more widespread awareness about this issue? Why? It's fucked up.
How many Indigenous women in the US and Canada are missing and have been murdered?
Whatever information we get is just kind of handed to us with no context or explanation. And there's never any opportunity to include us in that data collection or analysis process. So really what we're trying to do is find and gather as much information as possible to support tribes and Native communities in making, effective data-driven decisions on how to protect our women and girls.
Anita has documented over 1,800 cases in the US dating back to 1900, but 75% of the cases are just from the past 2 decades.
People ask me a lot, why are Native women going missing or being murdered? What's the reason? And the reality is, unfortunately, there is no one reason. I think the one unifying factor would be colonialism and ongoing colonial occupation. It teaches people, whether Native or non-Native, it teaches folks to undervalue Native women, to see us as less than an abuse.
When you talk to families, are there any commonalities in their experiences with law enforcement?
I think, one general commonality that most families experience is that law enforcement are not helpful, especially in the beginning hours when it matters most. So whether someone has gone missing or has been killed, usually there's very little communication with families. Families are often not made to feel as if they're being heard.
And I know that these banners are medicine. This making your sin visible and making people see her. And this is why we do what we do, because we want all the families to know that they're not alone.
Every family who has somebody who's missing or who has experienced that at one point or another, they know the scale and the magnitude of that grief and confusion and frustration that comes with the process of trying to search and advocate for a missing loved one. Imagine that tenfold, 50-fold, a million, we don't know. The ripple effect is so much bigger than any of us are even able to measure.
Oh, the show's phenomenal. This is the best ever.
The way I look at Shen Yun,
like here she is telling us about this problem that she lives with day in and day out,
and think of her,
and they don't even
because she always used to be up there, no matter what time
widespread, horrible
day it was,
this really
night,
is.
she'd be up there.
Many people are really missing.
The biggest one between those two. We'd always lose her in the backyard, but that's where we wouldn't hear her, but we'd hear her laugh.
One of the most important things law enforcement can do when someone goes missing, that didn't happen in the case of 14-year-old Henny Scott on the Northern Cheyenne Reservation in Montana.
You know what I mean?
She was just like this ball of light.
The last time her mother Paula spoke to her, it was a Friday evening last December. Henny called to ask if she could go to a basketball tournament.
And I told her, no, Henny, you can't, you're grounded. And she said, okay, I'll be home in a bit. And that's the last I heard from her.
When Henny didn't come home, Paula first took to social media to ask if anyone had seen her. 5 days later, she and her husband Nathan went to their local law enforcement, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or BIA, a federal agency.
The reason why I was down there is reaching out to them is because I needed help to look elsewhere. And when they told me, did you check her friend's house? Or maybe she's got a new boyfriend, did you check there? Yeah, I checked there. That's why I'm here, because I need more help looking elsewhere.
It's not clear where or even if the police searched for Henny. But what Paula and Nathan do know is that an alert wasn't issued for her until 2 weeks after they reported her missing. By that point, the family had organized a volunteer search party to look for her.
I seen some birds going up and down like that. What's the search party searched on one side and another search party searched on one side? We walked down there and, I could smell it, man. I could smell the death, man. And that's when I got the feeling of, I need to find her, I need to find her. She's someplace around here.
When it got dark, they called off the search for the night with plans to resume in the morning.
So that's when they found her. They found her, where I went down the ravine. They found her up towards the house, maybe about 50 yards from where I was at. And it just felt like I should have went that way, But I know God, He probably didn't want me to see her like that.
And then they brought her down to that tin building where we were at. They just opened the back of that Suburban, and she was already in a body bag, and they just let us stand beside there and have a moment with her.
There have been few answers from authorities since Henny was found.
I believe I wasn't taken seriously, that if I had been, that she would be here.
Hi.
It's the kids, the little ones that it hurts the most. Just like last night, man. Our baby girl was just crying, and she said, "Dad, man," I said, "What's wrong, baby?" "My heart hurts, man. I know my heart is breaking, Dad, because Henny's gone, Dad."
The Bureau of Indian Affairs declined our request for an interview, citing the open investigation, which is being conducted by the FBI.
But we get through it. We get through it a lot, because
it's hard, though.
Yeah, it is hard, but we want justice to be served. We want the process to work for us.
Kwa sababu choo kile kika kimejaa sana, inafika mwafaka mpaka mtu anarudi nyumbani.
The crime and achieving justice on reservations is complicated due to a collision of different factors. One is that most tribal police departments are understaffed and under-resourced.
Navajo reservation. So this is the Grand Canyon.
We've come to the Navajo Nation, the largest Native nation in the United States. You said there's about 40,000 people that live
in this area, yeah.
that you cover.
I'm sure there's more now. And that's where, if I get a call, not easy. That's a good hour and a half drive for me to get there.
The Navajo Nation stretches across 3 states, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. And its police force is spread thin.
We do investigations. We try to get as much done right then and there. But sometimes we do need to go back and do follow-ups and try to go back and visit people, find people. But then we're still doing our regular patrol duties. On a given night like this, we're just going to go from call to call to call.
Another factor is that tribes don't have jurisdiction over non-Native Americans for all crimes, aside from domestic violence, a recent change. But beyond that, they also have limited sentencing power, even over members of their own nation for major crimes, including homicide, assault, and kidnapping. What this means is that addressing violent crime is primarily in the hands of the federal government.
In the late 19th century, the federal government imposed, don't trust you to police to come into Indian country and do crime control. It was imposed. It wasn't a request of the tribal nations. And yet that's still the law today that governs when a family is going through a crisis.
And I think the way the system is set up is if federal doesn't take it for whatever reasons, then we still can prosecute in tribal court for it. But the maximum they could be given is a year in prison and up to $5,000 fine.
For what? A year in prison and a $5,000 fine for what?
That's the maximum we can do for any of our, like for the homicide charge on the tribal level. That's the maximum right there. You would rather go with the federal level with the FBI and CI.
The problem with the federal authority is that there have been a lot of concerns that the federal agencies don't respond, that they don't take these crimes. Seriously. Typically, federal officials or federal criminal authority is interested in, white collar crime and terrorism and immigration and major drug trafficking rings. So when they hear, oh, you need to go investigate a domestic violence offense, there's a sense culturally in the department that that's not my job. I have more important things to do than worry about what's happened to one Indian woman 4.5-hour drive away.
How did everyone suddenly get so good at writing?
Isn't that shocking? Yeah, that's not my
your
job.
writing wingman.
The wait for justice is something valiant in the summer of 2017. She was 26. Just a few months later, her remains were found in the canyon below this bridge in Arizona.
This is where my sister was found in October. My mom was the one that just started putting flowers here to remember her found, where she last took her breath, I guess. It's difficult to know that this is known as the bridge to my family. Someone that we used to call our sister, was...
Even though it's been a year and a half since Ariel was found, Valia told us they only know what they hear from whispers in the community.
The rumors are that she was thrown off and that the people responsible went back down there and cut her in half. And they burned her lower part of the body and they left the upper torso.
Did you find that out from the FBI, or did somebody else tell you that?
Somebody else. It's just rumors.
Sick
It's
motherfuckers.
just rumors. We don't hear stuff directly from the FBI or the CIA.
It was nearly a year before Ariel's remains were returned. Had passed away.
It impacted her the worst. She was depressed. She would call me and she'd be like, "Hi, sweetie, what are you doing?" "Nothing, Mom." "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm over here at the bridge. I'm spending time with your sister."
At one point, Valia says investigators suggested Ariel had taken her own life.
I said, "What, do you know what happened? Have you guys found the people that did it to her?" And then they were like, "Oh, we think it's suicide." And I'm like, "Suicide?" I was like, "That's not impossible." I was like, "My sister had no reason to kill herself. She was excited for my pregnancy and to meet the baby." So I told her, nope. She had a lot of stuff to live for. And she loved taking selfies with my grandpa. She was the only one that can get him to take a selfie.
Who's this?
That's my son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she and him shared a close relationship, you know.
Since that initial meeting with authorities, there's been no answers, only questions as to what really happened to Ariel.
The FBI victim advocate, she just tells me that there isn't much evidence to go to her case.
I'm sorry, which one? Wow.
Her, my mom, and me.
A lack of evidence is the main reason federal officials give for declining to prosecute crimes on
Hey, am I
reservations.
the only one that heard
That
that?
shouldn't be the end of the discussion. There
Like,
should
what
be
the
then
fuck is that about?
okay, let's see what went wrong in this case, why there's no evidence, or why the
That's a
evidence
major
isn't
fucking
good
issue,
enough,
ain't it?
and make sure that doesn't happen again, rather than just
Amongst
repeating the
one of
cycle
many.
over and over and over.
1 year.
The FBI declined to
But-
speak with us about Ariel's case,
Fuck the
citing
murder.
the open investigation.
Wow.
Yep.
It's just
Disgusting.
just
On
seems
so many
horrible.
levels.
You know, I want justice for my sister, but it just seems like, you know, the person out there is still out there, you know, around other daughters, sisters, aunts, grandmas. He could do it again. Like, he thinks that no one can convict him of the crime that he did. But I just want to see him off the streets. I don't know who he is, or but that's all I want.
Are you still using Google? And I have something to show you.
Have you?
Ecosia is a search engine.
One thing
Yeah, our
that's helped
tax dollars
Valia
are only
and
spent,
other
or your
families we
tax
spoke with
dollars,
is to
everyone's
talk
tax
about their
dollars
loved
are only
ones,
spent on the
so
important
people
people.
know who they were and what happened to them.
She was a beautiful person, and she cared and loved
Yes.
everyone.
It's fucked up, ain't it?
And
Yeah.
she wanted the best for everybody.
I've been on this bridge. I've been on this bridge in Montana.
Some states and
Right here,
federal
I've been on this
officials
bridge.
have started to legislation is being proposed with the goal of tracking how many Indigenous men and women have gone missing and to find
Oh,
solutions.
Arizona. So I haven't been to
It's
that
a
one.
small step, but it's one that families hope can prevent others from experiencing the loss they have.
For her to be that young, it's just heartbreaking. I don't know if I could ever recover from this.
Because, like she said, she was silent out there, but nah. Because it brought up a movement, man, that needs to be addressed. Not only in this state, but everywhere else in the country.
I'm one of the fortunate ones that got to find my girl and bring her home.
God.
There's some ladies out there that have never found their daughters or sons and never got to bring them home.
People don't know what you're going through on the inside, but there's so many expectations of you like to just move on with life, and you can't. Nobody has sown
How do you cut yourself in half and bring your other
the
half from your
wound isn't
body?
closed,
Come
so
the
it's
fuck
getting an
on.
infection, and that's what it's doing. Inside of our hearts, it's infected. It's poisoning our spirits. It's causing us so much trauma. We have to keep searching for her. We can't let anything stop us, because if we don't look, who's going to look? I love that smile. Oh my gosh. Oh, I wish I could see it.
They got such beautiful features, don't they? American Native Indians, if that's the right way of saying it without being horrible. They got beautiful features. Beautiful eyes and skin color.
What's that, Wendy?
The Native American Indians, is that
Yep,
the
it
correct
is.
way of saying it, to be politically correct? They've got beautiful facial features and beautiful skin and eyes, and yeah. And the men too. The men are pretty sexy.
I say North American First
Me
Nations.
too. It's called You're Not
or
Playing on the Pig.
Indigenous. First Nations or Indigenous. That's what I say myself.
But they got they're beautiful people to look at though. And you can see in that video that of course the mum's broken, but I mean you can even see the dad how broken and literally a part of you that gets lost when you lose one of your children and you don't know where the fuck they are. That's just horrible. Black, white, pink, or purple. None of us want to have a child go missing, and you just don't know. You don't know where to look. You don't know if the people that are meant to be looking for them are looking for them.
Yep. Yep. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get out of here. It's been 4.5 hours we've been at this. And to all the new subscribers, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. To all the trolls that want to come and try to give people shit, thank you for minding your manners. It's great. Hit that like, hit the don't like, hit the thumbs down, hit the thumbs up. I don't really care. It all helps. So there's
Shout
that.
out Olidio. Olidio was on it this evening. I'm
Hell yeah.
really glad I gave a heads up.
That's my mom. That's my mom. She's definitely got my back. That's for sure. So,
Well, we can't help it if you brought your fan club over here, Brett. You had to bring your fan club.
Yeah.
Hey, I still got 16 people hanging out in here, so I appreciate it, bro.
That's why I give the heads up. It's like, okay, I'm gonna share you out, but like you're gonna get some maybe unwanted traffic. Just to let you know.
I think they kind of weeded themselves out of here, and I think there might be a couple people that are still hanging out here that really aren't seeing eye to eye with you, but yet they decided to put their differences aside and support the cause of what we're doing here. And for that,
I don't think they can put their differences aside. They just need to shut their mouth.
Hey, honestly,
save it for a channel that allows that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to allude to. Or that's how I operate and run too. I have rules. If you violate my rules, you're going to get timed out. If you're a known troublemaker that does it all the time, you're going to get hidden. Maybe we'll go through and we'll take some people. The way I treat it, my channel is like a bar, right? So if you come in, you cause a problem, you're gonna get your freaking head whacked off the doors. You get tossed out of the bar and like fuck all the way off. Like, you come back in a week or two, you can have another chance. Like, if you screw up again real bad, you're gonna get banned for a little bit. Come back 6 months from now, you'll get another chance.
Anyway, well, let's let G2 wind down his channel and we can friggin' shoot the shit backstage for a few minutes.
Okay,
yeah.
Cheers to that.
All
Thank
right,
you, sir.
everybody.
And I do appreciate
Hang out for a
Appreciate it.
minute. Hang
Yeah.
out for a minute. Don't jump off panel yet, Brett. Don't jump off panel yet.
Cheers.
Okay.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
wait
you
there. We'll
too
talk
as well,
backstage.
sir,
Give me the
for
Wendy.
bringing awareness to
Give me the
this.
Wendy.
You don't have to be indigenous or black or Arab or white or any of that to give a shit about people. So shout out to you for bringing awareness. It involves all of us. It is all of us. So thank you. I'll shut up. Goodbye.
I couldn't have said it better myself, bro. Couldn't have said it better myself. And on that note, this is G2K. Do me a favor. Tell your friends about me because they're going to want to know. Get to know. Have a good night, everybody. Mom, I love you. I'll get a hold of you later. Jeff Copswoods with his dogs. I thank you for being here, brother. You know I love you, homie. Well, you're none. It's always a pleasure seeing you around here. Don't be a stranger because you know I love you. Okay? We're out of here. Remember, love one another right now, guys. Just like the song says, try to love one another right now.